All right, guys, welcome to Meta Shift League Division 70, where we are going to see UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. This is the number 2 team versus the number 3 team. The winner will go on to face either TPR Hyper or Ominosity in the finals. Here with me is Nelhad from Anarchy Organization. How are we doing today?
Man, let me just say, it's a fantastic day to play some League, and the reason I know is because it's crappy weather outside right now. I closed my window blind, I saw the rain, I was like, whew, close that down for the day. Let's get right into it. We're here and pick some bans. First 6 bans off the board. What strikes you about these first 6 bans? I like to see the Jax ban coming out just because the amount of ganks, the angles that he opens up on those solo laners.
Right. Jax is definitely a huge ban. He's actually been pretty big. So is the Fiora pick right now. But Jax, he can be a problem, but I still feel like we just don't have enough information going into this so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We see some rapid fire picks here. Gnar, Fiora, Warwick, Sejuani pick. Interesting jungle matchup. Sejuani brings a lot of engaged late game with that ulti. Warwick also has a lot of CC on that ult. Not quite as good in the team fight. What are you looking at early game between these two?
I definitely think UNCO is going to try and start off strong. We already see the Vladimir pick coming out from Anarchy Red, so they have a little bit of scaling. They're going to have to play a little bit safe. I think it'll actually be somewhat quiet outside maybe a few picks going here and there. And it should be coming down to the early objectives, the Dragon at 5 minutes to 7 minutes.
Absolutely. And for those who are a bit uninitiated with the Meta Shift series, which team's the 2 and which team's the 3? Just everyone at home catching up.
Right now, UNCO is number 2. They started up the split going 0-3. 0-2, and then just climbing that ladder. Anarchy Red had somewhat of a similar start. They did pick up a 1. They went 1-1, lost 2, and then won 2 at the very end as well. So these are 2 teams that are really hot. They're off really good wins. It should be a great matchup, honestly.
Absolutely, very excited to see this matchup, as I believe we're seeing a Poppy support come out from Maleficate. I've seen that in one prior game, I believe played by Maleficate, so interesting tech. How do you feel about that Poppy support?
Oh, it's actually perfect for Warwick. A little bit of helpful for Gnar as well. Other than that, it's not doing too much for those two. I mean, it's going to be huge for those two, not too much for an Ahri or Jinx. It might help out in the early game against Leona. I do believe that is a dash, her Zenith Blade, correct? Does it work that way?
Yeah, it's I believe it is.
That is huge. That is huge. I think Maleficate will be a deciding factor on whether UNCO can engage or not. And it might stall out enough time for Vladimir to be able to get some good damage in for these team fights.
Absolutely. As I look at the matchup right now, I think the keys for Anarchy Red to winning this game lie solely with whether or not they can stall long enough to get that Vladimir online, because it's so hard to beat once he starts getting big, getting all those items. I'm looking at AD Curry here on the MF, very strong right now. How will he play against this Jinx? Jinx can be extremely strong if the proper items can be gotten early game, mid game, starting to put some damage out. Rusty, who you got winning game 1 in this best of 5 series?
Oh, it's too early to say that. It does come down to the CC, though. Who can pick off who can take advantage of the mistakes that are going to be made. There will be mistakes. There always is in these lower divisions, or even in the higher divisions, honestly. You obviously have to scale with the Vladimir, and you also have to scale with the Jinx. So whatever team decides to play around their hyper carries and let them scale and get to that point, I think that's the key deciding factor for these teams.
Absolutely, and just coming out of picks and bans, I think I'm going to give the slight edge to University of Northern Colorado. Go Bears. Their team fight just looks so much stronger to me. You talk about the engage you have with the Leona ulti, with Gnar getting in there throwing the enemies in the wall. Warwick can engage with the ulti, he's got a lot of CC to put down. Ahri and Jinx are just a little bit of damage you can sprinkle on top. Game 1, picks and bans. Who's looking stronger to you right now?
Honestly, I am giving over to Anarchy Red in the picks and ban, or not in the picks and bans, the picks and bans. Sorry,
No, you're good.
A little bit. You have the Sejuani for the CC as well as Misfortune for the ultimate. If Poppy and Fiora can just play even remotely okay to get some form of front line going for the Misfortune and Vladimir, they are going to absolutely destroy in those team fights.
All right, well, we've got game 1 ahead of us. Anarchy Red against University of Northern Colorado. The only place you should be going is to your fridge for some snacks, because we're in for a long one. But until then, we'll see you back out on the Rift. And welcome back here to the Metaship semifinals. We have Anarchy Red against University of Northern Colorado. The Bears through picks and bans. Game 1, best of 5. Rusty, man, where's the excitement level for you? How are we feeling?
Okay, so if anybody has been paying attention, I have jumped on the UNC blue train ever since their second loss. I thought they were underrated. We do see them going in for a level 1 invade.
5 man, they're trying to abuse that Zenith Blade, I believe it's called, Leona's E, getting that dash and a little bit of engage. We will see if they can profit from as their 5-man top right now. We see a bit of a 5-point just coming out, but smart play by Anarchy Red. Look at Poppy going in, getting some vision on those Raptors. Gonna give a lot of information about the jungle clear, and J4 should see the ward placed on the opposite side of the map right in front of him. So some smart plays by these teams right now, trying to gain some information about the jungle pathing.
Yeah, and I don't want to shade Anarchy Red at all. I noticed that they were playing extremely well near the end of the split there, and they're a really powerful team. I think these two are going to match up really well going into this series.
Yeah, as you said, both teams hot right now. Both teams came in searing hot in the playoffs, and they're both trying to make this final push to sneak their way into the championship game. We've got Anarchy Red, we've got the University of Northern Colorado Bears, and we've got some League of Legends as the buffs have spawned, and we're going to get some leashes here early on. What are you expecting from these jungle clears?
Honestly, I would expect Sejuani and King Clifford to clear that full boss side since he knows there's a ward up there, and then possibly turn it into a level 3 gank through the mid lane. Warwick, he's probably just going to do a full clear. He clears extremely fast, so I don't expect him to be stopping for a gank anytime soon.
Absolutely. As I'm looking for UNC to be aggressive here with this Leona, but we will see if Maleficate can deter the engage. As you said, it's a great counter to the Leona, getting off with that dash, seeing if you can stall time for this Vladimir to get big in the late game, as both teams just farming up right now. Pretty typical early game, no one playing too aggressive. Warwick moving to clear these Raptors right now in the bot side jungle, and they both look like they're doing a bot to top clear.
Yeah, and obviously Sejuani is like kind of actually weirdly enough, Sejuani did finish clearing before Warwick. That's not something I'm used to, and Sandwich taking a ton of damage in the jungle right now. Of course, he is Warwick, he will be healing that up, but it is hurting his clear time quite drastically.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sejuani already on this red, a little bit ahead, as Leona gonna go in
Never
there.
See that pop?
Yep, Space Cowboy going in, deterred by the Poppy, and Invictus Khan going in, hits the parry, gonna put some damage down. El Champo Gordo going out, dashing from Invictus Khan, gonna back out, doesn't have the wave to support fighting there.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of the Poppy pick that we were talking about, disengaging, or basically peeling the Leona from Space Cowboy, preventing him from going in.
Absolutely, we see that Charmus in the mid lane. I'm looking at the mid laner right now for UNC to shut down Jay Forick. It's a lot of numbers in the name. I'm gonna say 13,000.
Or leads.
Oh, that works as well. But I'm looking for the Ahri with UNC to punish here. As we see Warwick potentially looking mid for a gank here. Some pings going on. Vladimir sees him. He's gonna pop the Scryer's Bloom and reveal that Sejuani. So he actually forgoes clearing the Gromp and maybe tries playing him in mid, or he's gonna take double scuttles here, getting some map vision, make himself feel present across the whole map.
Yeah, and double scuttle in the very beginning is actually a lot more experienced than most other camps outside of the buffs. So it does help insanely to take those, especially since you know the enemy jungler is going to be going there to hunt for it as well, essentially wasting a little bit of time doing so.
King Clifford gonna be the first person to back all game. Looked for gank top, but saw that Meganar and decided to take his bets in the shop instead. Already pinging to go in and invade the jungle, and it looks like they're going to find empty jungle. Invictus Khan going in top. El Chevo Gordo, a lot of damage being transferred. Both fighting in wave. Both gonna back out. Very nearly killed both sides. Boomerang, not gonna be enough. Invictus Khan's gonna live another day.
So close.
Yeah, a game of pixels right there. As we see the jungle invade, yeah, it's not going to bear any fruit for the Warwick. So Warwick and Ahri waste some time. And you see Ahri down just a very small amount of farm, but you're trying to push every advantage you can against scaling champions. Interested to see how this mid lane develops.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Warwick is not a force that can tower dive early. He has to get to his level 6 before he can start doing that. And once he gets to his level 6, though, he is in prime position to be taking advantage of this Jay Fork on the Vladimir.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look to see if we can do that as Jay Fork going in here. No wave, hits the charm. Sejuani looking mid, not going to do much. And Jay Fork is going to lose that trade in a big way. Great play there by the Ahri.
We see King Clifford.
Little invade. King Clifford. Jay Fork responding. Samich turns around. Clifford. Charm hit on the Vladimir, excuse me. They're targeting Gray here. Space Cowboy coming in. Goes on to King Clifford. And they are going to pick up King Clifford. That's first blood. Jay Fork got to get out of there. I really think they should have went on Jay Fork, try to shut him down early. They might get both. PBJ Samich under tower. It's going to be enough. Space Cowboys ignite. Tick, tick, tick. Boom! As they will pick up 2 kills there.
Oh, man. Whew. Sorry.
Quite the play there by UNC. The Bears on the same page. I thought they were targeting poorly, but the Leona responding up through River. Hits the Zenith Blade, drops the Ignite. It's just enough damage to get 2 kills, and they're in a great position right now. Their gold lead is approaching 1K.
Oh yeah, and the crazy part was it definitely had to been great communication because you did see Elite with no mana still going in, and unfortunately for them, Space Cowboy was there to kind of secure that kill on King Clifford, and Jay Fork just stayed around just a little bit too long.
Absolutely, Jay Fork a little too long, a little bit too aggressive position. Gotta understand when you're that low health and there's 3 members of the enemy team there, that's not a position you want to be in, as we're going to see 2 backs here from the bot lane duo of AD Curry and Maleficate. Let's see what items they get on the back. His BF sword for MF is going to be huge, and overall the bot lane has a gold farm advantage. Leona, however, does have that kill, so should be able to buy something nice on this back for Space Cowboy.
I think they're responding with their own BF sword. And it does look like they're picking up the, crap, I don't even know that name of the item.
Glacial Shroud.
Yeah, Glacial Shroud.
Yep, Glacial Shroud and some boots. The boots are what I'm looking out for. As players put a lot of time into the support position, Leona with movement is super scary. If you're the mid laner, you gotta watch out for roams all the time. As Scryer's Bloom's gonna be popped, Maleficent dropping some vision on that dragon. Both teams probably looking that way soon. Invictus Recon trying to make a play on El Champo Gordo. Been very aggressive so far as PPJ Sandwich coming in. Puddle coming up from Vladimir. He's gonna be able to sneak out just under tower. Wave pushing in here top lane for Invictus Recon. Very aggressive play. As El Champo Gordo gonna come in, hit that CC. Not gonna be much to follow up on. And El Champo Gordo goes in. Ulti. Invictus Recon back to the tower. Not taking any shots though. Parry coming in. Invictus Recon laying down damage. Stun. It's not gonna quite be enough. El Champo Gordo, another close call. And this top lane is neck and neck right now.
Oh, that is very unfortunate. Like, I'd be stressing after that one. I want that kill so badly as Invictus Recon. I would almost tower dive for that one, if that were me. But I'm a bad top laner. We all know it.
Yeah, very nearly thinking about it. Looks like they're gonna make a play on Rift Herald here top. Invictus Recon has the wave pushing in. Great vision by King Clipper to say, hey, this is the time to pick up a free objective across the map. And King Clipper gonna go, whoa! With the right hook, Rift Herald got some shutdown goal in its head now.
Oh,
Rift Herald
man.
fighting Fiora. Invictus Recon gonna get a little bit of revenge, but Rift Herald picking up a kill, getting a little gold. Maybe Rift Herald's gonna spawn back with a BF sword of his own.
I mean, that is super unfortunate because of the broadcast of his death. PPJ Sandwich immediately went over to Dragon. That should be first Dragon going over to UNCO.
Yep, they will trade objective lover as the Rift Herald is eventually picked up by Invictus Recon. We see bottom lane pushing here by UNC. AD Curry putting down some poke. Gotta watch out for the Leona engaged at all times. And Ari trying to make a play here, pinging the jungle, looking for an invade, potentially looking for some help from the bot lane, pinging the vision up. And it looks like the bot lane's coming up. They're looking at making a play on this Vladimir potentially.
They gotta be very careful though. J Fork is level 8.
And King Clifford, ulti, top lane, Spinner's gone, coming in! Gordo's gonna fall, and we finally have a kill for Anarchy Red. They get it done on the top lane. Great gank there. 80 Curry Maleficate. Poor positioning. They're way too far ahead. Warwick coming in. Double stun. Maleficate trying to pop the ulti. Gonna hit 2 of them. And Maleficate's gonna get out with his life, but not before the damage is done as 80 Curry is gonna fall. And that's gonna allow some pushing here by UNC in the bot lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Invictus does have the Herald up topside, so that tower's going to take at least 3 plates off its life.
Yep, Wolfkick gonna eat a rocket there. But yeah, as you said, look at this push top. Invictus Recon going to town with that Rift Herald. Probably able to finish the tower here. This wave is stacking up.
I think so.
Yeah, Nar's not gonna get there in time. And Shelly, another left hook. That's gonna get first tower gold for the squad. Anarchy Red, not in the head of kills, but will pick up first tower and are doing all right on objectives. Down a drag, but did pick up that key Rift Herald.
Yeah, and King Clifford actually getting out clean, picking up all the top side of Sandwich's jungle there. And they're just now finding that out. You have to be sad if you're an Ari player. You really wanted that blue buff.
Absolutely. As we see the back by Thor gonna come back with a Blade of the Rookie already. Huge spike. You talk about the amount of gold gain from getting all of those plates, getting first blood on the towers. This Fiora is going to be a beast, and with no tower for El Champo Gordo to hide behind, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Warwick play around top lane, or maybe they send the Ari top to try to help in some sort of gank potential just to get him caught back up.
Oh yeah, I mean he's going to be on the struggle bus for a while. I don't think he's going to be a huge factor until later in the game when it does come to the team fights.
Absolutely, flash there. 80 Curry just getting away. That's gonna hurt. MF does not have much escape except for the strut and the flash, so having to use that there definitely hurts. We'll see if Warwick can play around bot side and take advantage of that. As Invictus Recon, you're gonna see a lot more of this for the remainder of the game. Has a big lead, not afraid to use it. El Champo Gordo exclusively farming with the Boomerang Knight now, can do nothing to close to wait. Warwick coming in bot lane here. AD Curry and Maleficate, they gotta be careful. Warwick does have vision there. They will get vision of the Warwick. Good pink ward placed there. That'll save their lives in this day. King Clifford is bot lane. Is bot lane to try to counter gank this. Got a little damage on that Leona, but they will pick up the pink ward. As Invictus Khan going in. El Champo Gordo trying to get out. Oh, El Champo Gordo gonna take a lot of damage there. Definitely lose that trade. Invictus Khan tries to bait it out. El Champo Gordo building up that rage meter. Gonna pop into Meganar.
Yeah, I think he really wanted to go in, but I think he's respecting her damage.
Puddle there gonna completely negate the engage from PBJ Sandwich. Fantastic play by Jay Ford.
Yeah, they really need to bail Gordo out. He is just getting punished up in the top side.
And Warwick's heading top to do just that, but look at this play by Fiora. Fiora heading down, maybe suspecting that, and is gonna meet Warwick in the river, scare off PBJ Sandwich just a little bit. King Clifford checks Dreg, doesn't see that pink ward in back pit, I believe, but coming down to help the bot lane. Ulti coming in, Sejuani, big ulti, 80 Curry picks up orbitals. Wow, great play by Clifford, great cleanup by Curry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, since Invictus is just completely destroying, but we do see Sandwich coming up from behind.
Sandwich has to use the flash. Invictus gone, turning. Too many targets, too much damage. Parry coming in and can't quite get the 2v1 to go, but look at this push in the bot lane for Anarchy Red. King Clifford invading the jungle, zoning the Leona off the lane, and Leona's going to react mid here potentially, but this is looking like a lot of plates, a lot of gold going to 80 Curry and Maleficate in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not what you want. You already gave a ton of gold over to Invictus Rakan. You want to keep the gold off the opposite side of the map. Get orbitals online. That is the person that you're going to be playing around later in the game. You want to stick around there. I know Gordo is just feeling the pain, but he's just going to have to suffer through it and fight Rakan on his own.
Absolutely, and despite being down 2 kills and the drag, they have a gold lead north of 2,000 right now. So they are just south 2,000 now. But right around the vicinity, very good play on the objectives. You talk about the towers, you talk about reacting and stealing jungle and taking your own jungle at the right time. Anarchy Red playing some pretty fundamental League of Legends right now, and it's paying off in the gold department. We'll just see if they can get some kills to follow it up, as they're gonna go drag here and pick it up with ease.
And it will be the Cloud Drake as the Dragon Soul later in the game.
And Orbitals and Space Cowboy caught out. Maleficate going in. Flash engage, maybe a little bit too aggressive. Alti coming in from Poppy. Gets the ADC off the tower. Vladimir coming in. King Clifford gets the CC. Leap. Lot of damage. Bullet time will pick him up. Orbitals gotta run. Space Cowboy. Same situation. PBJ Sandwich coming in. J Fork a little too aggressive and going to the puddle. Maleficate coming in. Fleeing there. They're back into the micro bush. Going out. Jumping in from the Gnar. A lot of damage. Double kill to the Warwick. Invictus Rakan coming in from the back line. 1v4. What can he do? Not much. Triple kill for the Warwick. And all 5 members of Anarchy Red will be sitting at a gray screen as it's an ace for the side of the Bears.
Now that was a crazy fight. It was going well. It did look like Anarchy really wanted a tower dive there. And once they seen that Leet was coming down on the Ari, they decided to turn on her, pulling the trigger, but that didn't give enough time for PBJ Sandwich to get there. And Gordo coming in, Rakan staying up top lane a little bit too long and turned the fight completely.
Yeah, they're going to take this Rift Tail, but it looks like Anarchy Red knows they're there. They're trying to react in time. It looks like it's a foot race over. 80 Curry doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to front line. Not going to do much. And it looks like Clifford's going to take the jungle. Would not be wise for them to chase. Maleficate maybe trying to set up some sort of face check, scanning that bush and pinging, but everyone's going to fall back here.
Yeah, definitely need to use the blue trinkets to get further vision before you decide to go face checking bushes, especially since it is now near the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk about how huge that team fight was as Leet goes in, hits the charm. Leona, Zenith Blade, Maleficate. Oh, tanking. Chopper's coming down. Maleficate's gonna go down. Leet picks up. J Ford in the puddle. A lot of damage coming down from the side of UNC, and they're gonna get another kill there. They're up 10 kills to 3, and their lead is now approaching 2K gold.
Yeah, one thing to note is your Vladimir, although did farm quite well, is still only 1 and 2. He needs quite a little bit more to come online. We have Sandwich coming in. Take it away.
Invictus Rakan gonna call out, hits the parry, reverses the stun, and the flash. Wow, masterful play in the Fiora here. 2 coming top. J4 a little bit caught out, pushed too far. Puddles to avoid the CC. Jinx ulti gonna miss. J4 nearly with a huge outplay, but the CC machine that is Leona is gonna track him down and pick up yet another kill for Orbital. Or excuse me, the first kill for Orbitals. Leona picked up the 2 earlier.
Yeah, one of the things to do note though, if you are Anarchy Red, you do not want to be taking these fights. They are not going to go your way. UNCO is on a roll. They need Vladimir to come online to safely farm. You got to figure out to not be fighting in front like that.
He's 80 card, gonna get charmed. A lot of damage. Good move by Olivia, try to pull him off, but not gonna do enough. Oh, ulti pop there from the Poppy. King Clifford, big ulti, coming in, trying to put down damage. I don't think he can 1v2. Leona coming out. And that's a lot of damage from Orbitals. King Clifford has to flash. Tick, tick, boom.
Ooh.
Face Cowboy, another fade away ignite kill. And 13-3 is the kill lead. It's El Champo Gordo trying to ward off in the bot lane. It looked bad early on for UNCO, but these Bears have some fight in them yet as they're now at a commanding lead.
Yeah, and reducing the Herald drop in the mid lane. That is the last tower for Anarchy Red. It's something that they do not want to let drop because they lose all objective presence once that goes down.
Yeah. Absolutely. And both teams hurting on tier 1s right now as it looks like Anarchy Red trying to push in and maybe claim this bot tower to put UNCO in the same situation they're currently in. Invictus Rakan staring down El Champo Gordo, who's got 2 kills since the last time they 1v1. So this is a completely different fight. Warwick looping around, Sejuani at the blue up. This is looking like a big gank bot lane. Fiora probably going to be in trouble. King Clifford, you got to get out of there. Invictus Rakan trying to run as well. Dodges the first one. Gets hit by the charm. 5 on to the Sejuani. Sejuani's gonna down. Orbitals now picks up another kill with his 2nd of the day. 2, 1, and 7. And across the board for UNCO, you've got bag after bag after bag of gold on each member of their head. Lots of shutdown gold to be claimed for the side of Anarchy Red.
Yeah, and so far, Anarchy Red has dug a little bit of a hole. They're not going to be able to contest most of these objectives coming up. They're going to have to hold up until J4 can come online and just basically 1v4 or possibly Fiora. Invictus Rakan might need to pop off before that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Invictus Rakan, J4 queuing right now. MF can always get big late game. One well-placed bullet time can win a game if gone late enough. So there are the tools for Anarchy Red to come back. In no way is this game over, but they have to play much safer, much smarter than they have been.
Yeah, and doing exactly this, just sitting on tower, poking around. They do need King Clifford to come over there to prevent a tower dive.
Absolutely. Maleficate pops the ulti and they can't do anything else about that. King Clifford hesitated, not gonna get their time. Maleficate goes down despite the flash. AD Curry trying to run, rockets out for Orbitals. King Clifford trying to pick the right time. Good ulti, comes in, onto the Jinx. Leona to the back line of the tower to AD Curry. Warwick tries to get on Curry, gonna dive tower. And under tower there, going to pick up the Sejuani. A lot of damage being placed down. Is going to pick up AD Curry, Maleficate, and King Clifford when all is said and done.
Yeah, and this is just running away from Anarchy Red. They almost seem like they cannot do anything to stop UNCO from running over them. They literally tower dove twice in the same push there.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the Warwick with some great initiative. PB&J Sandwich realized that AD Curry's support was down, had 0 fuel, got right in the back line, dove the first tower, didn't matter. Dove the second tower, didn't matter. Put down the damage and got out with his life. You see Maleficate scanning here, gonna clear this pink ward. Anarchy Red, they've just got to take a deep breath and play a little bit safer. I do like the aggression coming out from King Clifford right now. Beautiful, beautiful ulti. Hit right onto Orbitals the damage. The rest of the team just isn't there yet where you can really pick these kind of team fights considering the gold disadvantage that they have.
It does look like UNCO is starting up the Baron. I don't think Anarchy Red wants to go over there unless they can try for a safe steal, maybe with the Misfortune ult. But you got to understand that they do have wards there. It will not be safe for them.
Absolutely. Poppy ult unavailable. Otherwise, you might have some play potential there. Bullet time coming in. King Clifford and blue team's gonna pick it up. Nar picks it up, so the smite is missed. King Clifford gonna go down. Leon ulti. Modificate stands no chances. He's dropped into the meat grinder next. And to push bottom, though, as we see, Invictus Rakan does pick up that tier 1. So there's a silver lining for Anarchy Red as they do trade some towers. Invictus Rakan gonna put some damage onto this next one. Getting out, and fantastic calls there. I think by both teams, probably a little too aggressive by Anarchy Red, losing 2 members to try to steal that Baron in sort of a last-ditch effort to save this game. Dominant showing so far by UNCO.
Yeah, bullet time would have been enough for a try there to steal it. Other than that, there's no need to try and dive it. You had Invictus pushing. If you don't get Baron, you back off. They have Baron. You still get a tower or possibly enough damage to put into that danger zone for later on.
And El Chamaguro, flash, ulti, he's putting out a lot of damage. And then, what can you do from the backline to save your team? Not a lot. Maleficate going down. Jay Fork fighting from the side, goes in to save his ADC. He's gonna go down to a rocket. Double kill. UNCO, they're pushing. Can they end the game now? They've got Baron buff. They've got Wave. Anarchy Red, Invictus Rakan, and AD Curry. Can they be heroes and stall this game a little bit more? Invictus Rakan backing out. Chopper's placed a little too short. AD Curry rotating. Oh, cancels the bullet time. That one's gonna sting later. Invictus Rakan, AD Curry, they can do nothing. El Chavo Gordo pops over the wall. King Clifford comes in. It's gonna be too little, too late. UNCO picks up game 1. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a long best of 5. Nothing set in stone yet.
No, it is not. And sorry, I've set up a few things. I apologize, guys.
Hey, that's right. You're a man of many hats. You're a color caster. You're a producer. He's doing a lot tonight. He's doing a lot. I can get us started here. Phenomenal early game by Anarchy Red, especially when you talk about the top lane. It looked like they were going to have something. They had a 2K gold lead early. They lost that one team fight bot where they all trickled in. It resulted in an ace for UNCO, and it really felt like Anarchy Red couldn't get back into the game from that point. In addition, when they had the lead, it just felt like UNCO has an easier comp to execute. You talk about an engaged comp like this with the Leona, with the Gnar, you just have to hit your R's. That's all, and the rest of the team can follow up. Where you talk about this scaling comp where you're trying to build this glass cannon around Vladimir, you have to do so many things to stay in the game to the point where it gets turned online that there's a lot of things that can go wrong versus not many things that can go wrong for the engaged comp on the side of UNCO.
Yeah, most definitely. It started off great for Anarchy Red. It was just that one slip up on bot lane, and UNCO just took hold of that, and they just kept running it down into them. Anarchy Red did not have a time to breathe. They just kept getting caught up in the pace, and it just eventually just snowballed into what that game was. An easy win for UNCO at 24 minutes. If you want to take it away to intermission.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be back with game 2 of what I'm hoping goes all the way to 5 of this 5-game series between Anarchy Red and University of Northern Colorado, the Bears, and the Meta Shift semifinals. As I said before, don't go anywhere unless it's to your fridge. We'll be right back.
All right, I'm mute on my end. right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Sorry about that, Nelhad.
No, you're good. You're good. Take it away. Take it away. Use that lovely voice you were given.
Yes. So in the first game, we seen Anarchy Red off to a hot start. We seen Invictus Recon popping off on the top side, getting the first tower, running into Gordo, and then one bad fight happened, and UNCO ran it with it, took it into game 1 win. So far, I'm going to leave it over to Nelhad. What do we expect going into this game?
Yeah, man, game 1 for Anarchy Red was really a situation of when it rains, it pours. One bad mistake snowballed into this rest of the game, and they just couldn't amend for that ace. Game 2, I'm expecting Anarchy Red to pick a team composition that's easier to execute. This is something that I stress a lot in any tier of play. If your comp maybe isn't as good as them, it doesn't matter if it's easier to execute. If you have the Leona or other engagers, you just have to press R and click a general area on the map. I think more often than not, you're going to win because it's much easier to execute. As we're through half our picks and bans here, we see a Shen, Silas, Lysandra coming out from the side of Anarchy Red. We've got a Darius, Warwick, and Swain being hovered. Going to switch over to Brand right there.
Yeah, I do love the Brand, especially if it was bot lane. I do believe it is going to go mid. This was a pro draft. I don't spectate him. I know the other guy, Nelhad did, but it's okay.
No spoilers here. No spoilers. I got you, kid. I got you.
Sorry. No, it's okay to spoil it. I don't know. I feel like being surprised sometimes. But we are going to see PBJ sandwich on the Warwick. It worked extremely well for UNCO Blue last game. I don't see why it wouldn't this game, except for the fact that Anarchy Red has to be wary of it. They're like, that Warwick was camping me in mid. J4X's like, come on, guys, help me out here. And I do believe King Clifford will be that man to help out J4X this game.
Absolutely, and I think when I look at it, J4 on Lysandra that has a better escape mechanism than the Vladimir played against last game. In my opinion, Puddle is great, but Lysandra can move. She can haul some distance. As we see a Caitlyn picked up, I'm really liking this bot lane coming together. Caitlyn Brand does a lot of damage, a lot of poke. It's hard to get close. That's not even Brand sport. That's
no,
me
it's
playing
not.
It. That's the mid. got a little ahead of myself. Put the carriage in front of the horse there. As a Swain support is going to come out from Space Cowboy, and we see Leona coming out from Maleficate, switching up a little bit, keeping the ADC constant, however, on the side of Anarchy Red, and I think that's fine. AD Curry, despite some positional issues, I think for the most part played well. My eyes are drawn to this Shen. Invictus Recon played aggressive last game, took advantage and really abused El Champo Gordo in the first half of the game. Just couldn't transport. What can Invictus Recon do when the whole map is open to him? We're gonna find out. Rusty man, what catches your eye through these picks and bans?
Right now, I'm actually looking over at UNCO's front line, Darius, Warwick, and Swain. What can they do to stop them as Anarchy Red? Will they be able to keep them at the front? It is going to depend on AD Curry on Misfortune to get a good bullet time, to put tons of damage, chunk these tanks out, and basically put their team in good standings to be able to fight the backline as well.
So, who do you have taking the win in this game based on the picks and bans alone?
Easy to play. I give it over to UNCO Blue, but I do believe in Anarchy Red. They have the means for it. They have the Lysandra. They have Leona. They have tons of CC up in the front. If Silas can put in the damage and Misfortune, AD Curry can finish them off, they have Invictus Recon to be able to bail them out of bad situations. I give it over to Anarchy Red.
I think I'm also leaning Anarchy Red on this one. I love the Shen pick. Applying pressure across the map. Leona MF is an absolutely lethal combo. You drop the ulties together, bullet time isn't going to miss anybody who can't move. Slight edge to Anarchy Red for me. Something that I like to see from Anarchy Red is that UNCO didn't ban any of the champs that they played last game, and they decided not to do a salty run back. They changed the composition up. They understood it wasn't working. That's what I like to see from teams that are trying to feel out their opponent, trying to figure it out. Any words of wisdom, Rusty? Any knowledge nuggets to lay on me?
Honestly, the one knowledge that I have is that room temperature wine is actually really good. Like, I am enjoying this right now.
You heard it here first. Room temp wine, superior to cold wine. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, definitely.
Superior to cold wine. So if you have a glass and some wine to splurge on, send it. But if you don't worry. We're going to be back here real soon after the spectator delay, and after we load into game, we've got the Metashift semifinals. Anarchy Red down 1-0 against the University of Northern Colorado Bears. Don't go anywhere, guys.
All right, guys, welcome back to Metashift League, Game 2 of UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. If you're just joining us, in the first game, we did see UNCO Blue take the win from Anarchy Red from a dominating performance in the mid-game. I don't see it going that way. What about you, Nelhad? What do you think about this game? What's going to happen?
I'm giving a slight edge just through picks and bans over to Anarchy Red. As we might see some aggressive play from Lifkin here on the Leona. I just like their picks and bans a little more. Feels like an easier to execute composition overall. Just a quick question, my fellow caster. What's your timestamp? What second do you want? I think I might start a little late.
49, 50, 51, 52.
All right, I'm a second behind. We'll make do.
Woo!
All right.
Yeah, that first game, it did not start off super aggressive, super heavy, but we did see Invictus pop off on the top side against Champo Gordo, eventually pushing him under tower and taking tower around the 12 minutes with the help of King Clifford grabbing the Herald and giving it over to Invictus.
Absolutely. As we see both teams not doing much. Malifkit coming in, dropping that ward. and they will pick it up. In addition, getting the Ghost Ward won't last too long, probably won't be relevant, but good job being gold efficient, wasting that trinket, and actually gonna give some lethality with that Ghost Ward as both junglers starting bot. What do you see from the clears here? Is it gonna be a straight top to bot? Are we power farming? What's going on with these clears?
Well, seeing from last time, PBJ Sandwich did do a full side clear. He opted to go Crudge, which is a really slow start, and King Clifford ended up clearing faster than him, and it did put PBJ Sandwich slightly behind that CS. So obviously he is changing it up. He is opting to ignore the wolves, so he might be going for a level 3 gank here.
Yeah, and he actually has a different keystone master this game. Last game, PBJ, I believe, had Conqueror on Warwick, and now that's push the attack. You know, these masteries that do damage, I'm not so familiar with. As
press the attack, press the attack.
Yeah.
You're close.
Just, you know, push, press.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a tank jungler. All I know is Aftershock and the other one, Aftershock.
The bot lane, UNCO pushing in a little bit here. AD Curry gonna lose that trade. Orbital is putting down a lot of damage right there. And AD Curry gonna have to pop the pox. And some more CC coming out from Space Cowboy. Good play so far by him on that Swain. Coming in here, top lane, Warwick's there. El Champo Gordo coming in. Not gonna be enough damage. The shield on the recall of the sword, and Victor's Khan gonna get out, and that's gonna take a little bit of farm away from PBJ Sandwich, who could have been in the jungle instead of ganking. We will see what King Clifford can do with that advantage on Silas. As PBJ sticking around, they're gonna go for the scuttle here.
That is one thing that Silas does lack, is that early game damage. He is able to outplay with it, but in the jungle, he is wanting to farm. Tons of damage coming out of the bot side from
double root coming out, a lot of CC. Orbitals trying to trigger that headshot on 80 Curry, but can't quite get it to go. Lots of damage, as you said, as Orbitals and Space Cowboy both relatively unharmed. Look at the Victor Khan. Look at this Doran shield putting in work. His health bar is packed up to 3/4 just about.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Ain't coming in here, bot. King Clifford coming in. Space Cowboy doesn't see him. Oh, lots of damage being dropped. CC coming down from the flash. Space Cowboy gonna go down, and 80 Curry's gonna pick it up. Great flash Q by Maleficate to drop down the CC, and that's the start that you want if you're cheering for Anarchy Red, as they're up 1 kill to none.
Yeah, and unfortunately, last game, we did not see Ad Curry with a ton of kills early on in the game. That is definitely what we want to see from Anarchy Red going into this game, and that is what we are going to see.
So Champa Gordo pulls off the full combo there. Gonna drop the ghost. Going in on Victor's Khan. Fighting behind the wave. It's not gonna matter. Dropping bleed stacks. Victor's Khan drops the W. Can't be autoed. Trading here. Gets the taunt. El Champo Gordo gonna pick up first blood between the top laners in a strong showing in the 1v1 situation.
Just double checking timestamps. I'm at 450 right now. 51.
All right.
You seem like you were a little bit further behind.
I'm on 53, 54.
Yep, you're 4 seconds behind.
Oh man.
How'd that happen?
All right. Good old small indie company.
I know what it is.
510.
Yep.
All right, we're back.
It's because I'm drinking. Time's flying right now. I'm having too much fun.
I'm Nelhad of Ghost Past, please. I'm here to haunt you. As we are back here in the bot lane. Commentary a little behind. Hopefully should be good for everyone in the Twitch chat.
Should be fine now.
Yeah, Hugo Boss trolling me a little bit in Anarchy chat. I see you. As we're knotted up at 1 apiece, gold lead just about even as well. I've got my eyes on this mid matchup between Leet and Jay Foreign.
It's been very quiet in the mid lane. Just very limited trades there. It's actually just panning on the bot lane because we don't care about any other lane at the moment, apparently.
Absolutely. Clifford dropping a ward there on his blue. Looks like some action might go down topside. Brand rotating up. Warwick's there. Silas doesn't see him. And they're pinging right here. El Champo Gordo gonna pull in. Not gonna activate the spin to win there.
We did see a lot of really good synergy between those two, between Lee and Sandwich in the last game.
Absolutely. Both teams, as you said, taking it slow right now, especially in the main lane. Neither trying to overplay their hand and put themselves in bad situations. Space Cowboy gonna take a tower shot there, but they will pick up first plate gold. Root hit on the MF, knocking him some damage. Maleficent going in, Zenith Blade can't quite get the full combo to go up with the stun. 80 Curry, level 5, not gonna have a ton of damage put down there, but a nice trade from the side of Anarchy Red. His orbitals gonna be just above half health. Root coming in, Space Cowboy, does this guy miss like fish in a barrel? He's hitting them. 80 Curry going in, they're gonna back off just a little bit. Maleficent hits level 5 before Space Cowboy, however. And a drag picked up there by the Warwick, and Victor's Con going in on Champo Gordo. Nothing to come of it there. Great objective control so far by UNCO as PBJ Sandwich picks up yet another dragon.
Yeah, last game they picked up the first dragon due to King Clifford falling to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that Rift Herald packs a mean right hook and showed it off last game. As I'm still looking top here in Victor's Con, staring down El Champo Gordo, both just content to farming. Such is the way of the melee top laner.
Oh yeah, and Shin is a huge bully into melee champions. Honestly, I do believe Gordo will have a hard time until he gets his first item, the Black Cleaver. But by that time, I do believe Invictus Rakan will have some sort of armor item like Sunfire Cape, or possibly going into Bramble Vest.
Yeah, absolutely. Invictus Rakan, to note, Ultimate is online. We could very soon see Stand United make a difference across the board. Scryer's Boom gonna be popped there. As Leona backing. Both ADCs just gonna be alone on the bot lane for the time being. Looks like Swain warding up that jungle. In the mid lane, looks straight from J4 and Lee. Not much going on. I like this though. Both teams playing it patient. They're playing it slow. As I said, no one's trying to overplay their hand. No one wants to rush into a bad situation.
No, especially since that last game, we did see UNCO catch on to that big team fight, and they just ran with it, and then caught on from mistake to mistake to mistake. And that is not what you want to repeat. You also want to be looking for those same things is a mistake, and you keep taking advantage of it.
Absolutely. As we see King Clifford coming in for a gank here, J4 coming in as well. They're going to get the flash from Brand. Fantastic play there. As Brand, I believe, just ulted King Clifford. Yeah, he did. Just dropped the Pyroclasm right on King Clifford for almost no value. Will not have that coming up. Warwick looking to collapse here on the Silas. As I said, no flash now for the Brand, who has no escape in the kit otherwise. And King Clifford's got to get out of there. It's the dash. Brand not going to be able to get the CC. And I'm looking to see if Shen will ult here soon. Just kind of sitting at the top of the map thinking about it.
Oh yeah, especially you want to wait until your team is in a prime fight where it might turn slightly the other way, like the situation where we just found King Clifford. He is kind of strong, especially with that Brand ult, but that is something that has to be communicated with, especially since you have J4 right behind with a ton of CC and an ult of her own. That would have been the perfect time to go in with the Shen ult. But like I said before, we do need some sort of damage. Go ahead.
Bullet time! Bot lane! 80 Curry picks up orbitals. Another kill in the top lane. Wow. Anarchy Red strikes quick and they strike hard. 2 kills there, but they will lose out on the Rift Herald. PBJ Sandwich looking at Clifford, not going to do much there. And big plays. They're going to look at some plates here in the bot lane as one is backed and one is dead. Anarchy Red hopping right into the driver's seat after that one.
Definitely. And that Herald, did it get picked up? I don't think it got picked up.
Oh, I don't see it in the trinket slot of anybody on the map.
I wonder if they flashed over without picking it up.
Yeah, Warwick slayed it there, but PBJ Sandwich, careless, doesn't pick it up, will only receive the gold benefit from that then. Definitely not worth the time investment. Wow, big misplay by PBJ Sandwich. And if we see Anarchy go on to win this game, especially in the mid game, we're going to be looking back at this misplay. It's a lot of gold to lose out on. As we see in all chat, PBJ Sandwich saying, wait a minute, something isn't right. Wow. That Shen ulti's still up. Stand United, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, it does look like they are trying to get set up and trying to clear out the vision from Anarchy Red around that dragon. There is a ton of vision. They know they're there. They actually might make a play here shortly.
Khan going on Champo Gordo. Champo Gordo pulls him in, hits the spin, moving a little life back, but nothing much going to come of it. It looks like they're going mid. The Sounders got to watch out. Jay Ford. It's a lot coming for him. A two-man gang swaying there. Jay Ford brings back in tower. Khan going in. El Champo Gordo. Oh, the flash expended. Not going to have the E up in time. And El Champo Gordo escapes barely with his life.
Now, one thing to note, Darius does not have teleport for this fight, for this dragon fight. So if UNCO Blue does decide to pull the trigger on this dragon here shortly, it will be Invictus to be there, not Champo.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has his choice of using the teleport or the Stand United. So could have some additional combat power in the form of the shield if he decides to use that. But for now, gonna start pushing in and getting some plates. Might even have time to back and then TP in. Get some larger item advantage. Already has the Bomby Cinder, which is huge. You see Scanner here, PBJ Sandwich and UNC and Elite, gonna start clearing that. Darius coming back. El Champo Gordo brings him in. Hits the spin. Gonna need a little bit of life back. Trying to apply those bleed stacks. El Champo Gordo not looking like it's gonna win this trade. Invictus Khan. Oh, the dunk! Invictus for Khan! Oh, the bleed is gonna barely be enough. El Champo Gordo a big kill. Now UNC can push and know it's a 4v4. PBJ Sandwich jumping in. Not the wisest move. Gonna go down to King Clippers. Maleficate looks for over the wall Zenith Blade. Not gonna find the target they want. AD Curry dropping a little bit of damage, but they're gonna go onto this dragon. Looks like in the 4v3 situation. As you said, Darius, no teleport, so they know that no one can interfere with this Inferno. We will see what UNC is gonna do, and it looks like they're just gonna decide to back.
Yeah, it's definitely smart. It's not worth trying to go for that first dragon, or the second dragon. You already grabbed the first dragon. There's no reason to risk it, trying for a bad team fight for a dragon that you do not need.
Absolutely. As we see them coming up mid here after picking up the dragon, we will see if the effects of this Infernal Dragon can be felt. Plus 4% attack damage and ability power. Cut back to the top lane. Invictus Recon trying to get a tower playing here. And it looks like the minions are going to finish the job, netting him some gold.
Yeah, Invictus Recon being huge, just like last game, kind of just keeping Champo Gordo from being able to do anything up in that top side.
Absolutely. They have had some good 1v1s, though. El Champo Gordo getting the best of Invictus Recon 2 out of 3 times. We'll see if that continues. Jay Ford, King Clipper trying to go in, but they're going to get the flash of the brand once again. As soon as that flash is up, Jay Ford went in. Maleficate coming in, full of time. This is a huge fight. Leon ulti dropped. Face Cowboy left alone. His ADC 6 feet deep. AD Curry trying to catch. Hits the strut. Not going to be enough. Space Cowboy gets away. Ignite's going to fall off on him, but a huge play. Great synergy from Maleficate and AD Curry. Some little fight in the top lane. Just a little scrap. They're both going to back off.
Yeah, we also...
Go ahead. I talk a lot.
No, I understand. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say about that big lead in the bot lane on AD Curry. Exactly who you want the damage on. Popping off big this time this game. And her ult is going to be huge later on. Absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, absolutely. You're correct. Looking at that bot lane, the lead being built. Jay Fort trying to get a little cuter on the tower. Going to dash out. Lead in pursuit. And gonna drop a little bit of damage, but not too much. Arcane Comet gonna hit as well, but Warwick's looking mid. He's coming in. Jay Ford, you gotta run. We're gonna pan away from that back to the top lane. Sandwich gonna back off as Clifford's in the area.
This typical trade again. Or is it?
Invictus going in. El Champo Gordo. A little spin to win. Not gonna get much back on that. Leona coming to the top lane. As Turk gonna be picked up there. That's the first blood turret, I do believe. Picked up by the side of UNC. Second blood.
Yeah, so...
excuse me, yeah, the bot tower already fell there, so just responding. But look at that play. AD Curry rotating to the top lane to pick this Rip Herald. Very smart play. This team is playing much better than last game. I'm impressed by the improvement on the Anarchy Red side as Teleport's going to come in to make sure they secure this.
Yeah, UNCO definitely wants this. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger here.
Don't forget to pick it up. Don't forget to pick it up. As Coaster will. Already saw one of those this game.
Well, you know who didn't see that? Sandwich.
Absolutely. Sandwich did not see it. As it looks like AD are going to stay top. They're going to do a little lane swap. Shen heading to the bot lane. Looks like they're responding. 3 heading top. This is a lot of resources allocated to the top side of the map right now. We will see what Invictus Khan can do, start to push out this bot lane a little bit. He's left all alone.
Giving the wards over to Orbals.
It counts as a CS, you know, a little bit of gold in the pocket. Smart play. Get the ADC a little bigger. AD Curry. Melon blood in the water. Gonna take the blast cone over. They're trying to make a play here potentially. Waiting in that river bush. And will pop out now. Bullet time is back up for AD Curry, as is Solar Flare for Maleficate. So we'll see if these two can pull off the combo once again that they executed so well a couple minutes ago in the bot lane.
And they have Sandwich back in there. Meanwhile, King Clifford is still waiting. I don't think that UNCO Blue's bot lane is going to want to stick around here for too much longer.
Absolutely not, as he also has Warwick's ulti, and when that infinite duress comes in, it's a lot of CC, deals some amount of damage, and it applies the on-hit effects with the autos. You see Jay Forick probably doesn't know this top side is warded. AD Curry's gonna run out of there. Silas has decided to move on from the top lane, heading back to the mid lane, but right now a big lead for Anarchy Red.
Yeah, honestly, it does look like UNCO Blue is going to be rotating for the Dragon setup. Anarchy Red's AD Curry and Maleficate were a little bit slow. It does look like UNCO Blue are going to be able to be in position, possibly get a pick here.
Oh, PBJ Sandwich pops over the wall, wasting that infinite duress. If I'm not mistaken, King Clifford coming in. Oh, just misses on Orbitals, who use the net to get away. They're getting on this dragon. What can be done? From the other side, Anarchy Red, they're trying to contest this. Maleficate gonna drop the ulti. Will a bullet time come in soon? MF getting over. Bullet time a little late. Still to get PBJ Sandwich. Back to the front line. Invictus Rakan putting down some damage. Tanking. Drops the W. Big fight! Wow! Anarchy Red says anything you can do, we can do better, as they're gonna pick up an early ace of their own this game, and they have a commanding 10-3 kill lead despite losing the dragon, and they're gonna drop the Rift Herald mid.
Now, outside of getting that first tower on the top side from last game, this is looking a lot, really similar, honestly, except for the fact that AD Curry popped off in the bot side. UNCO is going to have a really hard time preventing these team fights from happening the way that they're happening.
They're going to get a full 3 charges out of this Shelly. Fantastic value there, as respawning now is the side of UNCO. Some backs here, but a great team fight for Anarchy Red, and just what the doctor orders. We're now over 20 minutes. Baron has spawned, and we do see some pings on him. What if he can clear some wards? King Clifford out of position. 3v2 over the wall. They're going out safety, but King Clifford is going to retain that Warwick ulti. So we'll see if he can use that infinite duress to his advantage at some point here.
Yeah, so far, King Clifford has been slightly quiet, getting into a few team fights there, here and there. I do fully expect him to pop off here shortly once he gets his next item built.
Yeah, absolutely working towards that next item, as King Clifford is going to pick up the blue buff here. Still hanging on to that Warwick ult. And it looks like both teams don't know exactly what to do. They're trying to decide on what's the next thing. There's no reasonable objectives up. There's no dragon. Neither team can really force the issue on Baron right now. I think the key to victory lies in the next 10 minutes and what both teams do with it. What can Anarchy Red do to continue to push this lead? Can they get this top tower? Can they move the vision lineup and start stealing the jungle of UNCO? We're going to find out, and I think when we do, we're going to find out who's going to win this game, as J4 is starting to move up that vision line.
Yeah, and they do have a 6K gold lead at the 21-minute mark, which is insanely huge. They have a ton of CC. They have tons of pick potential. There's no reason that Anarchy Red shouldn't be able to just push it up, group up, and just win these fights.
We've got a 3v3 developing here in the top lane. King, Clifford, and Elite up there, in addition to all the bot laners. Invictus Recon farming up here. Lissandra coming down. What can J4 do on the gank there on the Darius? Looks like we're going to see a back here from King Clifford. And he will commit to that and go back to base, leaving it a 2v2 in the top lane for his team. Invictus Recon continues to push this, and is going to back off, trying to let that wave balance off tower, but I believe Champo Gordo's going to pick that up as a good push here in the mid lane. This is exactly what you don't want if you're Anarchy Red. You have the 6K gold lead, but you're starting to slowly give up that tower in the mid lane. It looks like they're going to rotate top here. Both teams in hot pursuit. Coming down. King Clifford going in. PBJ sandwich. Caught out. Smite coming in. J4 probably should have dashed to the other side of the wall, but you live and you learn. PBJ sandwich gets back to pretty healthy. You look like 75% health with that lifesteal.
Yeah, it's actually a really quiet mid game, especially with this lead that we're seeing here. They're actually just tiptoeing around UNCO Blue. It almost seems like they're just afraid to throw their lead, pull the trigger here.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can't just sit on a lead like this for too long, because slowly you're going to start seeing this gold lead evaporate as more farming happens. They potentially get some trades, so I would really like to see Anarchy Red do something with this lead. Maleficent's going to miss that Zenith Blade there.
Like, it does look like they are wanting to wait around for these objectives, like the dragon, but you still have this top tower just sitting there, and you can easily tower dive if you pull King Clifford up. You have the Shin ulti from Invictus Recon. It's an easy dive if they pull the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. They just have to commit to it, but they could be slow rolling and trying to get the second dragon, then make their move. They might just not want to fight before then, but that drag is spawning 18 seconds, and I'd like to see a response from these two players in top right now. Maleficent, AD Curry, if they're going to go for that drag. I don't want to take that without my MF there, without my Leona there. That's a key part of my team fight.
Yeah, and UNCO Blue playing it very patiently. They're not trying to pull anything. They're just sitting there farming, getting what they can, and Orbitals and Space Cowboy are actually going to stay top to get this tower while they rotate for Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to give up the drag for the tower, and I honestly, I can't blame either team. Anarchy Red trying to keep UNCO off of Soul Point. They're going to pick up 2 towers here for this dragon. Probably going to be costly drag. And on the other side, UNCO saying, all right, cool, we are just going to keep pushing. We're going to get some gold because we can't contest drag anyway. We are down so far in gold. This is our only option of play as they're trying to collapse on the top laners here. Looking like they're going to back in time. So it's going to be a rotate for nothing there. MF Leona, AD Curry, Maleficate. Going to waste their time. Look like they're just going to keep farming on top lane. When is the point in the game when these guys will group, Rusty? When is it coming?
For Anarchy Red or UNCO Blue? Because I'm pretty
Anarchy
sure...
Red.
Because UNCO Blue is going to be the group in Anarchy Red groups. Honestly, I can't tell you. Maybe when they try to pull the trigger on this Baron, or maybe when they get a pick or kill, which they're just not getting.
And Invictus Khan getting gone in here. Orbital the Space Cowboy coming in from up top. They're working away from the jungle. Taunt coming down. Champo Gordo. A lot of damage on him. Invictus Recon gets a kill in the 3v1 situation, but he's going to fall down to Champo Gordo. The bleed stacks coming through. Maleficate, AD Curry pushing up. PJ Sandwich and Leak coming in here. And they're going to back off that tower. King Clifford and J4 coming in bot lane. Space Cowboy and Orbital. What can be done? J4 goes down. Onto the damage. Get Clifford. Pop the stopwatch. King Clifford on the killing spree. 306. You called it, Rusty. You said he was going to pop off soon when he finished that next item. And I believe he finished that Zhonya's Hourglass. Since you said that last, toss it over the 1 key for binding purposes. But great fight by them. Great call by you.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for UNCO Blue to stop Anarchy Red, like we stated before. And they're actually pulling the trigger. They did get that top tower. I do believe they might actually group here.
Yeah, it's looking like it as they do clean up some big kills in the bot lane. PBJ Sandwich has all, thinking about using on J4, trying to bait into King Clifford here.
And they have no vision. So Sandwich is going blind here. He just knows. He smells it. He's like, no, I am not going in.
Some great instinctual play by Sandwich there to recognize the bait and back off. They're going to fall back, grab a little bit of vision with the scuttle, but it looks like the whole team is going to back, get some items, and to me, this is a sign that they're going to group. Backing out once, you're trying to push that gold advantage to its limit by everything you can. Maybe if you're short on an item, you might even pick up an elixir. We'll see what happens as it looks like UNCO is grouping up here on AD Curry. AD Curry caught out a little bit, pops the stride. PBJ Sandwich, probably going to see the ult come out here. There it is, flash response. Almost baited PBJ Sandwich here, but the flash is going to allow him to disengage just in time. And now it's Anarchy Red on the chase. Maleficent trying to catch up. Those Mobos going to flash. Seeing the plate, comes in. Ulti coming down. Solar Flare. AD Curry. We will see the bullet time go anytime soon. There it is. Maleficent goes down. PBJ Sandwich as well. Who's next? Space Cowboy. Pretty low. Gonna go down. AD Curry cleaning up left and right. Doing his best janitor impression as they are going to clean up some big kills in the mid lane. And they're saying, we don't want to push these towers. We don't need the gold. We want that Baron buff, baby. And they are going to, looks like they're going to start it right here. King Clifford hops over the wall. What a fight.
Yeah, that bullet time from AD Carry is just absolutely monstrous. Like we stated before, there is nothing that it seems like UNCO Blue can do to stop it when these big team fights start up.
Yeah, this feels like an exact mirror opposite of last game. There was a moment, key point, it felt like when they started to fall off, and to me, it was the second drag get for Anarchy Red. They were very patient. They didn't pick fights despite building a small lead. They waited for that next dragon. They were patient. They took it. And now everywhere on the map, they own it. There's nothing they can't do right now.
Yeah, I mean, their only saving grace is stalling out and possibly getting a huge brand ult. But they really are going to have a hard time getting to AD Curry. They don't have anybody specifically that can get to that back line to prevent her from completely destroying them outside of maybe Darius. But we both know AD Curry's a little bit careful on those situations. I don't think she uses bullet time before a fight starts, or until Darius is fully pinned.
Yeah, and you talk about the teamwork between AD Curry and Maleficent right now. They have some serious synergy with that Solar Flare into the bullet time. Would not be surprised to see either Leona or the MF ban out next game by UNCO as they're setting up for the next dragon. And I don't think there's much UNCO can do about it with their jungler backing. PBJ Sandwich will be in the base, and they're going to hand over another drag, putting Anarchy Red on soul point.
Yeah, especially when you have Baron, you don't want to be committing to a fight that might end up badly.
Going on Champo Gordy here. Spin to win. Coming down. Tops the ghost. Tries to grab him. Victor Scott. Probably good thing that it didn't land for him. Don't want to pull the Shen closer to you. And Victor Khan pushing with this Baron buff right now. And it looks like Anarchy Red is committing to pushing across the board. They're trying to split up UNCO right here. Committing some resources to the bot lane. Some resources to the mid lane. And some to the top. Oh my goodness. Look at that damage. AD Curry. Almost delete Space Cowboy. Half the health bar gone in an instant. They're going to keep pushing in this bot lane. Looks like UNCO trying to respond to mid and top. I don't think there's much they can do against this Baron push. Smart play so far by Anarchy Red. They're going to start sieging these inhib towers. Orbitals. He gets half health. AD Curry putting out a lot of damage in a hurry right now. Mid tower going to fall. J4. Looks like it's going to collapse for a second. Invictus Khan left all alone. And they are sieging left and right now. Invictus Khan going to pick up this inhib. J4 getting gone in on. Sandwich not going to be able to do much, but they're collapsing on the top lane. What can they do? The rest of the team's bot. Invictus Khan in the back line, going to jump in here. Drop the W. J4, a lot of damage. He's going to go down to the brand. Beautiful play by the brand. Invictus Khan going to go down as well. They're not going to pick anything up there. Here comes the rest of the team. Anarchy Red There goes the solar flare. AD Curry. And that'll be another kill. Double kill for AD Curry. That one's gonna end the game. My goodness. A 20-7 kill lead. Orbitals, what can you do? Not much. It's 1 on 3 right now. King Clifford getting it done. Tries to go on Orbitals. This Nexus is gonna fall and we're gonna be knotted up at 1 apiece. Bullet time coming out. What a poetic ending to the game for Anarchy Red. The bullet time will end it there. Wow. Rusty, man, what are your thoughts on that one?
That was an insane end to that game. Honestly, I don't know what exactly UNCO Blue could do to prevent that from happening. Anarchy Red taking the full lead after that second dragon. A huge insanely bad play for UNCO Blue. It looked okay for them because of the vision, but they just did not take into consideration the amount of damage that bullet time would be doing from AD Curry. Switching it over to advanced details so we can look at that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. AD Curry beast that game. 804.
That is disgusting. Actually, Invictus Recon on the Shin dealt more damage. All those skirmishes against Darius. It helped him put in that much damage, and then he was just a complete monster in the front line. There was nothing UNCO could do.
Absolutely nothing they can do is correct. Huge play across the board. As you said, Shen racking up a lot of damage across those many skirmishes against the Darius. Getting it done. Very impressed by the team play by them in that game. We'll see if they can keep that momentum moving forward into game number 3 as we are knotted up 1 apiece right now. Wow.
All right, I think we will take it over to a quick intermission, and we shall be back when the champion select happens.
Have a good one. We'll be right here when you return.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another game of this semifinals. Yes, semifinals in between UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. In the first game, we seen UNCO Blue pop off and run it down into the throats of Anarchy Red. In game 2, we seen Anarchy Red return the favor with AD Curry popping off on the Misfortune. This is game 3. And I'm by myself, I think.
Oh, sorry, my audio cut out a little bit. We're good. I was watching the band so intently, I missed it.
No worries.
Game 3 indeed, a tale of 2 games for both of these teams to kick it off. As you said, Anarchy Red taking the second one in dominant fashion, following an extremely convincing UNCO Blue Bears win in game 1. We're on to the third. Energy's high. The hype is even higher as we see the Gnar coming back out for El Champo. Gordo played that in the first one. And a Riven! In the top lane. Invictus for Khan. Let's see if he can flex. Riven, historically one of the hard mechanical champions to execute. Let's see what Invictus Rakan can show us. As we see the Ahri coming back out for Lee.
Yeah, this is almost a run back from game 1 for UNCO Blue so far.
Absolutely. The long con salty run back.
we made a mistake in that first or second game, but we're not going to make it in the first or third.
Absolutely. See a Orianna band coming out there. Someone interesting. And Jay Forick is going to run with his Mordekaiser mid. Bringing a little bit of beef to the mid lane. Excited to see how that pans out against the Ahri.
Yeah, in the first game, we actually saw, who did we see Jay Forick on in the first game?
Jay Forick in the first game was on Vladimir.
Vladimir, that is correct. So Vladimir bringing a lot of damage, but has to scale into it. Mordekaiser pops off. It's kind of a big bully in the lane in the early game. I'm not sure how well he does against Ahri, but I'm pretty sure that charm in range is going to hurt a little bit. All Jay Forick has to do is farm it out there, and he should be fine for the mid game.
Absolutely, I think you're correct. I don't know the matchup sticks myself, but I'm going to give the edge to Ahri there, at least in the early game. But that Mordekaiser ulti is such a backbreaker in the late games. We see the Nautilus Jhin bot lane coming out from Space Cowboy and Orbals, so they switched up completely. Looking across the table, AD Curry on Ezreal, Maleficent on Karma, 2 new champions to this series. We are mixing it up here in game 3, and I'm loving it. Who do you have, Rusty, winning this game, looking purely at the picks and bans?
Right now, I am lingering towards UNCO Blue. They have a decent front line. They have the pick potential in Ahri, and they have damage. The only thing that worries me is most of the damage is coming from Ahri and Jhin. All Mordekaiser has to do is take out one of those people, and both of those champions, they can get away from Mordekaiser, but it is going to be pretty hard for them to do that. Meanwhile, over on Anarchy Red, you have Riven and Silas that do want to go in, and you have Ezreal and Karma that want to poke. So I do not know how that synergizes really well. I am giving this over to UNCO Blue.
Yeah, looking at the matchups, the only thing I keep thinking is how good El Champo Gordo was at engaging late game on that Gnar in game 1. I think the crux of this game comes down to how well can Invictus Rakan be on this Riven. He's played very well all day. We saw him get the early lead with the Fiora over the Gnar in game 1, but it crumbled. We saw him play well on the Shen, beating the Darius in laning phase and beyond. Can he win with Riven? Very interesting. And we see PPJ Sandwich running back with the Warwick. I think some big disrespect from Anarchy Red not to ban that. PPJ Sandwich has played that now 3 games in a row, and they're saying, yeah, you can have it. Do your worst. And I like that energy coming out from them. For that reason, I'm going to give the slight edge to Anarchy Red, but man, I love me a good fiesta, and I've got my party hat at the ready if things develop that way. So, very, very excited. You got any more thoughts, Rusty?
Yeah, that chicken sandwich in my fridge looked really good, but unfortunately, this game looks better.
You can say that one again. This game is looking delicious. Both sides coming at it with something new, and you'll be able to see that right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. The Meta Shift semifinals will be right back when we return.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Meta Shift League. Game 3, UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. I am hyped. Are you hyped, Nelhad? Because,
Man, I am so ready for Game 3. Both teams showing their best stuff, respectively, in Game 1 and 2 for for Anarchy Red and UNCO Blue. I'm excited to see which team can put it all together once again, if we'll see a somewhat closer game. Both games have just been runaways for the winning team, getting an early lead, and like a locomotive. They just can't be stopped, doesn't matter what's in the way. I'm excited to see if we find a close game, a little level 1 action here. J Fork, baby sandwich. That's a little respect.
Yeah, now I'm actually looking around for that second dragon. That seems to be where the game tilts in favor of one team or the other. I don't see it going that same way, but it possibly could.
Absolutely could go that way. Objective control has been big. The team with the dragons has won the game so far. And looking back at last game, you gotta look the mistake from PBJ Sandwich early. Didn't pick up the Rift Arrow despite doing all the work to slay it. Whether or not getting some tower points, getting a little bit of gold would have changed that game, we'll never know. But you gotta think that's weighing heavily on his mind right now.
Oh, most definitely. That was a little bit of boneheaded. You just walked away, flashed over the wall, or possibly, I'm pretty sure he flashed over the wall.
King Clifford with a quick DC. He reconnect right away.
Okay. I was a little bit scared there for a second.
Yeah, Ethernet unplugged for just a second. Nothing to worry about.
It's unfortunate though, because his blue might have reset there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. See if you can pick this one back up.
Oh, no.
Might need another leash. Unfortunately, use the smite as well. Look at this bot lane. Karma, for those unaware, with the Fringe champion, starts with Mantra, the ulti at level 1. Already used it. We'll see if they can leverage that early advantage of having essentially an ability up early on to get some kills, force some pressure. Hit the skill shot there. Maleficent playing down a little bit of damage here early. Anarchy Red against UNCO Blue, both trying to advance to the Meta Shift Championship.
Yeah, and it will be the finals for the 7th division, either against Amenasi or TPR Hyper. I do believe that game is set to be streamed on Sunday.
Absolutely, and the winner of this team should definitely be tuned in, getting a little bit of film. Victor's Khan going in on this ribbon. A lot of damage from El Champo Gordo coming down. Victor's Khan pops the shield, gonna get away, but El Champo Gordo doing a lot of the bullying in the top lane early in this one.
Yeah, and Invictus Khan, he's actually been dominating that top side both those games. And picking Ribbon, it's a little bit scary because if everybody knows if you play against a true Ribbon player, they absolutely just dominate and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm excited to see what Invictus can do later on in this game with Ribbon.
Absolutely. I think that's my key to the game right now. What can Invictus Khan do on such a high skill cap champion against El Champo Gordo? We're going to find out, but I think the game hinges on this top lane right now, as you see that Mordekaiser playing much more aggressively than both of us thought. That Ahri with the range, I figured would poke Mord out of lane, but Mord's sticking right in it right now, taking damage, going blow for blow, but coming in. Jane gonna follow up, dropping the CC, flash from Maleficent gonna come out. Look at BJ Sandwich coming in. Maleficent gotta get out, trying to drop a little bit of CC, won't happen. PBJ Sandwich, great recognition, almost walks away with a double kill, but instead is going to walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, right now I'm actually looking at the jungle. Sandwich is level 4, and that unfortunate DC puts Clifford at level 3, actually just picking it up. They're going to trade top side, or blue side jungle. That has got to hurt.
Absolutely. But I think good awareness by Clint Clifford to say, hey, probably my jungle. I'm going to sneak in, grab his grab. Looks like Warwick heading mid. Jay Ford, unaware, gets the grab. Jay Ford's going to go down here most likely. Can't do anything about it. Potentially waste the flash unless he can get out. Trades flash with PBJ Sandwich, and that'll be first blood as PBJ is going to pick up Jay Ford in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's one of the lanes that you really need to be popping off if you're Anarchy Red. Due to the fact that that is your main front line, that is the one person that you need to go in, not worry about who he's fighting, and take out the person that needs to be taken out, which I do believe it will be Orbitals later.
Yeah, absolutely. See Invictus Khan trading a little bit of Pokemon Champo Gordo, probably getting a little too aggressive. Invictus Khan trying to run. Flash. El Champo Gordo picks up the kill, and they're going to pick up the dragon to boot. Sandwich going to go down here. Looks like a Jay Ford. It's Kate Clifford's gonna die to Raptors.
Yeah, that start is actually monstrous for UNCO. It's not what they did to him, it's what, unfortunately, the internet did to him.
Absolutely. We'll see if he can come back from that unfortunate start with the brief disconnect. But great plays across the board right now for UNCO. The Bears getting it done, not only in solo lanes, but with the objectives as well.
Yeah, just a little bit of hope for King Clifford. I don't mean to talk about him too much, but Silas is one of those champions in the jungle that you want to farm it out. I do believe he will be coming online later in the game. There's no doubt about it in my mind.
Looks like they're trying to collapse on PBJ Sandwich there. Not gonna happen. King Clifford, round 2 against the Raptors. Yeah, I think he's gonna get the best of them this time. Raptors didn't have time to back and put that gold to use, you know?
Oh, yeah. They overstayed just a little bit.
Yeah, Raptors overstayed. Report them. Little bit of BM there as it looks like the bot lane is...
I don't know what the bot lane's doing. You didn't finish. It's okay. I think it was an audio cutout. Oh, wait, something comes back. It's a little bit of a quiet game so far. You do see Warwick just finish up his top side. He's actually incurring... It's actually only a 10 CS difference. That kill does put him a little bit ahead. He is going to make a huge difference in team fights if they happen. First Dragon obviously went over to UNCL Blue. Next one is in 3 minutes, so I do believe King Clifford shall be level 6 and at least somewhat of a factor for those team fights if Anarchy Red decides to go for those Dragons. Let's see if I can't find what happened to Nelhad. He's still there, so we'll wait until he actually gets that fixed. Meanwhile, though, Gordo still on the lane now. Being level 8 versus Invictus Rakon's level 6, that has gotta hurt for Invictus Rakon as Ribbon. Gordo actually going out to get that vision. Just clear it out. Make sure he's safe, just slightly. He is probably going to be pushing Rakon into tower. I do not doubt that Invictus Rakon will pull the trigger here and start a fight. Just due to the sole fact that Ribbon is level 7 now, it possibly can turn into a kill. I do believe in Invictus Rakon's skill. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, or back up top, I guess. But we do see Sandwich trying to get a gank here. Spacebar Cowboy going and getting the root to get the root from Orbitals. And Maleficate will be going down. Kill going over to Orbitals. He does need these kills to be popping off later on. He is going to be the main source of damage for UNCO Blue when that time comes. King Clifford still trying to regain his footing in the jungle, just farming it out, not worrying about ganks. Exactly what he needs to do. It seems boring, but it's exactly what he wants. Meanwhile, the trade up in Gordo versus Rakon, they are the same level. Gordo really wanting to put in some damage. We do see Fleet coming up here. Rakon in a bad position. The charm does come out, and Invictus Rakon does go down to Gordo. That is the second kill, one solo, one team kill, and they are going to rotate over to Herald. That possibly could be Herald going over to UNCO Blue. That was a huge play there, and King Clifford just, again, the jungle is just completely ruining him. Rakon is, I mean, that should not be happening. And that was all one DC where the blue buff reset, so he had to start it at half health by himself and still take it. I don't know of any other Silas jungler players out there, but I really feel like he is struggling more than he should be. Meanwhile, we do see Sandwich coming back down, wanting to get another gank on this bot lane of 80 Curry and Maleficate for this dragon. And they might actually do a full rotate, but they do spot out Sandwich here. Jay Fort rotating down, trying to get the scuttle crab here, so they get the vision. They do have the peak wards out. This could turn into the fight that we've seen the first game and the second game. This could be a deciding factor. It does look like UNCO Blue will push off Anarchy Red. If this trigger gets pulled, I do not think King Clifford is in a position to fight. He is level 6 though. He does have his ultimate. They are just lingering and dancing around that dragon. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Gordo going mega form, not able to get too much. He is just too big and Rakon is just too small, but he does throw him into the wall. He is going to get tons of damage out on Rakon. There's a great trade here. Meanwhile, the dancing and the corralling and the boss side still going on. Not much going on. Like, that is the most careful second dragon fight I have ever seen in this league. Oh, and the Herald drop on the bot side. That's going to be an easy 2 plates. They are going to want to go for it, but they're actually going to swap over to Dragon. Like, they just have to start it. They are dancing around too much. They want the pick, but they're not going to get it. This could spell doom. Are we going to see the big fight that we think? Or is this Dragon going to go over to UNCL Blue? I think the fight is more important. We do have the ult coming down from J4. Sandwich in the Nether Realms. He is going to flash and get on the other side. They are actually going to sacrifice Sandwich. There is no teleport coming out from Rakan or Gordo. They're just going to chase down Space Cowboy. Space Cowboy dropping his ultimate and dashing out. And then he does go down to King Clifford. King Clifford picking up a kill. It does look like Orbital is using it all, having to cancel it to get away from King Clifford. This is not the way that UNCL Blue wanted to go down. It is not as bad as the past 2 games, but it is still a terrible trade here. It is one thing he should probably... Man, Anarchy Red played that really well. If you're going to drop the Herald on the boss side, you need to commit all 4 champions and just push into tower. The tower's at 3 plates. No, it wasn't 3 plates. Knocked it down to 1. Easily tower dive it, get it down, and commence the 4v4. Hopefully Gordo would go in. I shall be back to figure out what exactly is going on with my co-caster, but I shall be back shortly, guys. They can't hear me. Did he DC? I just messaged you. I'm just curious. I can solo cast it for now, if need be. I'll assume so. It's all good. So it does look like Nelhad has DC'd. If he comes back, he will jump right back in. I don't doubt it one bit. So it will be your man, Rusty, solo casting for the moment. King Clifford looking like he wants to go in. Does the steal ult from Nautilus. Pulls the trigger. Cowboy's actually taking it. Gordo comes in. Invictus is also here. Cowboy does go down to King Clifford. King Clifford picking up a second kill. Gordo getting a nice ultimate. Picking up the kill on Ezreal. Invictus also goes down to Gordo. J4 putting Orbitals in the Spirit Realm. Orbitals able to chase it around. J4 also goes down to Gordo. 5-0-2 on the North. Bringing it back. The first game he was getting put in by Invictus Rakan. And that has all changed. He is the damage. He is the tank. He is the man in this game.
That's right. Welcome.
Buddy.
This is Ark speaking. I'm going to pick up a little bit of slack here, as we did have one caster DC.
If he comes back, all the better. But Ark Wolf, how are you doing today?
I am doing just wonderful watching these wonderful semifinals here.
Don't worry about it. I appreciate it, King. But we have the wonderful Ark Wolf. I am not Nelhad, but I can pick up a pretty good play-by-play. I would say so myself. It's all good, though. That was actually a huge play by UNCL Blue. Obviously, they lost the Dragon. That was a bit unfortunate. And they succeeded 2 kills there. But Gordo coming up big with the teleport. It was largely due to part of Space Cowboy being able to take as much damage in the front line as the tank as he should be, and just keeping him there for Gordo to clean up.
That's right, and as we're getting further and further into the game, this game seems a little closer than the last 2 games, but still, blue side is starting to pull away, as the first 2 games showed.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't expect Anarchy Red to drop down and just have it go the same way as game 1, or vice versa game 2 if you were, UNCO Blue. The things that they got to worry about here is getting King Clifford online. He did pick up 2 kills. He is getting to that power spike. They just got to stall it out just a little bit longer. They do have Jay Ford. He is only 0-2. Like, he doesn't have any kills, but he does have those 3 assists. He is going to be able to take out somebody. I don't think he is going to be able to take out Orbitals or Lee and keep them out of the fight, or even Gordo for that matter. So those are the 2 issues that Anarchy Red do need to address before they can do these team fights.
You know, if I'm Anarchy, the one thing that I am concerned about is that 5-0-2 Gnar in top lane.
Oh, unkillable.
It does not look, that is not a champion. There we go. Speaking of Gnar.
Huge knockup. Getting the stun. 2 people going down for Anarchy Red. And Invictus Rakan also going down. Space Cowboy got taken out by Jay Ford, but Jay Ford gets unable to pick up the kill because of his lack of damage at being 0-2. Orbitals picking up a double kill. Now Orbitals is 5-0-5. Gordo 6-0-4.
That is not the fight you want to see over a Rift Herald.
No, it is not. When you are behind and you know you are behind, you give up objectives. You take the smart fights. If they were to overstay after a tower push, maybe take that fight. But that is something that you guys have to learn going into these big objective fights. This is the mid game. Those fights make or break a game. It was a smart play by UNCO to just start it up 5-man, and it did bait in Anarchy Red to try and steal it, and it just did not happen.
Well, now that my rural Wisconsin Wi-Fi is done quitting on me, I hope you boys kept the microphone warm for me.
Oh no, that was terrible. I cried the whole time.
What timestamp do we got?
18, 29, 30, 31, 32.
All right. 35 now?
Yep, 7, 8,
All right.
9.
Well, thanks for keeping the Rift warm. I appreciate you boys. I apologize to everyone at home. The rural Wisconsin Wi-Fi is not always the greatest, but back here in the driver's seat, in a very different game state than I left it, as it looks like Anarchy is being put through the ringer right now by UNCO. The Bears getting the best of Anarchy Red right now. El Champo Gordo, sling a little rock in the bot lane, gonna get out of that karma stun very quickly.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while you were gone, we did see some huge plays from UNCO Blue. As you can tell, Gordo is 6-0-4. Orbitals is 5-0-5. This game is going downhill for Anarchy Red. They need to stall it out to try and get King Clifford and Jay Fork online. Ad Curry can do some damage later on, but they really need this front line to be able to do some damage and stay alive in these fights.
Yeah, just looking at this game state, I would say if you're Anarchy Red, you gotta set some small goals for yourself. There's a bag worth 600 gold on Gnar's head. Somebody's gotta try to claim that. There's a bag worth 500 gold on Jin's head. Somebody's gotta try to claim that. Probably a little bit easier to go after the Jin, looking a little bit squishy right now. However, does have a lot of damage, packing some heat with that Infinity Edge. Built-in inventory as Gordo's gonna push up that bot lane. They've got their eyes set on the prize, and that prize is the mid tower. Maleficate coming over, trying to help Invictus Rakan. Both just gonna run away there. Probably wise to not fight that Gnar head on. Big goal to see that they did pick up a drag. Not on soul point yet, but Rusty, what do you got for me?
What I got is that right now, I'm holding my candle. It smells fantastic. It is vanilla. Vanilla. The name of the candle is vanilla. The flavor is vanilla. I do not understand that. But wait, no. It is VAINLLI.
Ah.
Two eyes?
White vanilla is different. As we see Rift Herald coming in, PBJ Sandwich didn't forget to pick it up this game. A mistake that he won't be making for a while, as he made it already on a big stage here in the Meta Shift semifinals. Both teams trying to advance to the finals. So we've got El Champo Gordo on the top lane here against Jay Fort. Maleficate trying to pop the blast cone. Shield's not going to be able to do it. And that'll be a big pickup. We've now got a 5v4 in favor of UNCO as they're going to try to push in this top tower. They've been killing towers very methodically, rotating from bot to mid to top.
I've got something to point out here as a support player. I want you to look at the ward scores on both teams. Notice they're very low.
Huh.
Absolutely.
Nice point out.
Both of the supports only have a 16 ward score. Now it ticked over to 18. If I were Anarchy in a losing position, I would absolutely be spamming pink wards, make sure that entire jungle, nobody should be getting caught out here, because you know you're going to be playing on the back foot. And that's how you get games that just snowball out of your control, is you don't see anything.
Yeah, super great point, Ark, especially when I'm talking about that shutdown goal in their head. You know how easy it is to kill a Jhin if he's wandering alone in the jungle and you have 2 or 3 people to respond. You need to have the vision of A, so you don't get taken advantage in your own jungle, but also B, so you can take advantage in your own jungle and try to get some of these game-changing picks. As it looks like UN's back chart get that golden is used up in items before this next drag that's going to put them on soul point, as they're trying to move towards getting this ocean soul. Maleficate dropping a ward in the back of Baron Pit, but gonna get out. And I think warding, or Dragon Pit, warding Dragon's all fine and dandy, but you gotta understand that there's no way you can even remotely contest this objective. And I think they realize it as they're going just to clear these lanes out right now.
Uh-oh. Invictus Khan in a bad position here.
Yeah, way too far pushed up to the pit with his leg. Invictus Khan jumping over, gonna eat a lot of CC there.
Oh, we see a huge mistake that might be coming out here, or it might be a sneaky play. We do see Anarchy Red going for Baron, trying to trade Dragon for Baron, but before they even started up, that Dragon's going down, and they know that it's going to turn into a fight, or Anarchy Red is going to be leashing that for UNCO Blue.
Yeah, I don't think Anarchy Red has the damage to get this done. It's going to be a foot race. Here comes UNCO, and they got to get off Baron. Baron put down some damage on Anarchy Red, though. They've got to run. They can't pick a fight 5v4 with their resources depleted. They're going to stick around and try to steal this. No wards being checked. Look at this. They're going right on the Baron. They're not really checking where King Clifford is. King Clifford got to be sneaky about this. You got to try to get a pink in pit so you get some real vision. Right now, vision being negated by the other pink ward. Bird coming in! Oh, blue team barely gonna snag it! Good pop on the blast code. Roof gonna come down. Jhin ulti. Curry, you gotta run! Can't dodge the curtain call, as that's gonna be all the stage time for him. They're gonna run back to base, but with 2 of their players 6 feet deep in a 5v3 situation, how much of this bleeding can they stem?
Not much at this point. They just succeeded the Baron. They are already having a bad time. Now they're down to 11k, and we've seen how that first game went. UNCL Blue did finish in 24 minutes. They are a little bit behind that timestamp, but I do believe they're actually going to look to try and finish it here. I lied. They're walking away.
They are walking away. They're going to play this patiently. Looks like they're going to rotate top, try to get that inhib as well. Smartly scanning so they don't have can't have vision of them. Try not to get caught out here. 80 Curry standing at tower, trying to hold. He's not gonna be able to do much. That ulti going to be up soon for him, however, as King Clifford rotating over, and that butter is gonna be gone.
Ooh. So that is 2 inhibitors down. They are gonna back off and play the safe route and go for that 3rd tower here shortly.
Absolutely. Jhin trying to do a little bit of damage there on the crackback, but not much going to happen. They're going to get power recall, get back to base, spend this money, push their advantage further. They're up by more than 10k gold. They are looking unstoppable right now. Just 1 dragon off that ocean soul.
Yeah, and they are going to be pushing that bot side. So if it does come to Dragon Soul before this game ends, they will be in position to take it. This might be the time for Anarchy Red to try their last-ditch effort. It is looking pretty bleak if they try to stall this out any longer.
Absolutely looking pretty bleak. King Clifford trying to get a little bit of farm here in the jungle. 83 gonna pop that trap and walk out safely though. Just trying to clear waves, but I don't think they're gonna be able to do it. This boat is sinking and they can't get the water out soon enough. Good hook, and that's gonna be an almost instant kill. Wow.
Yeah, they 100% look to finish it here. These still have the Baron buff. Anarchy Red does not have the answers to stop UNCL Blue at this tower fight if they decide to pull the trigger here.
Absolutely, they do not. They're going to push in and grab this last inhib, and after that, they're probably going to be on to the Nexus. Every single lane is pushing. They've got supers. They've got the lead, and they're trying to get this 2-1 lead in the 5-game series. Space Cowboy going to miss that hook. Now with Champa Royal diving in, but going to resume just a regular Gnar there. Here comes Curtain Call. Targeting the left side of the grouping, Mulligan can take a lot of damage. Barrage going down. A lot of damage in the front line. Oh my goodness, the Bears just ripping them apart. And Invictus Rakan gonna go down. Jay Forick, the last hope along with AD Curry. It's not gonna be enough. This Nexus is gonna fall. And they are going to go down 2-1. Anarchy Red does not have the answers, and UNCO will go up 2-0 in this semifinal best of 5.
Yes, they will. That is 2-0, and that was super reminiscent of the first game where they took a lead and they just ran with it, and they did not stop picking on Anarchy Red. Going over to the damage charts, I guess I should switch the scene because, you know, I know y'all want to watch this and see the damage. It's honestly an interesting thing. I should be trying to figure out a way to bring this to the intermission scene, honestly. But insane amount of damage. Actually, it was only 11K. We barely peaked 10K.
Wow, very surprising, but
it's crazy.
Regardless, a dominant win for UNCO. The Bears taking care of business in that one. And they're going to try to finish off this best of 5 series here soon. Rusty, you got anything for the people at home before we head to break?
Yes, I do. Take this coronavirus very seriously because we do have a quarantine. I'm pulling it up. I'm sorry. I messed up.
Hey, patience is a virtue. It's all good.
May 8th through the 10th, 16 teams, CSGO tournament. It is a trial period for the Valorant game. We shall see how that goes, and hopefully we'll be pulling some people. There is a prize pool to it, so we appreciate it if you guys look into it. We have stuff on the Discord for it. Look into it yourselves because I'm terrible at that.
Absolutely, and that sounds like it's gonna be a blast. But before we get to that, we gotta finish with this best of 5 game series, which UNCO currently is up 2-0 in. Can Anarchy Red strike back and push us to a game 5? We're gonna find out if we have silver scrapes when you guys return.
guys, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for Game 4, Anarchy Red versus UNCL Blue. In the first game, we seen UNCL Blue run away with the game after a bad dragon call by Anarchy Red. It was insane. Going into the game 2, Anarchy Red basically did the exact same thing to UNCL Blue. And in the third game, if you're just joining us, we seen UNCL Blue take away the game again at that second dragon. This is game 4, semifinals. This could be game point for UNCL Blue. If they win this, they win the series and they are going on to the finals. So, welcome back, Nelhad. We had a little bit of technical difficulties and we surely missed you. Glad you came back to the end of that game.
I appreciate it.
What you got for me?
Hey man, all I'm gonna say is UNCL's performance last game was so hot, it burned up those servers in Wisconsin. The Wi-Fi just died.
Oh no!
The gameplay was too fierce, man.
So you're telling me that UNCL Blue owes you money?
Yeah. Yep.
Unfortunate.
I need some money to repair that router. It's gone. Obliterated.
So what you're telling me is you're hoping they win so they have the money to pay you. I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna push it that far. So far, we see some bands, like, honestly, the second round bands almost going through. The picks, Set, Zach, and Ari for UNCL Blue. Meanwhile, Orange, Jarvin, and Echo on Anarchy Red. I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, this is a complete deviation of what we've seen all day long from these teams. We've seen some pretty light compositions with maybe a tank and a bruiser. The big boys have been brought off the shelves. We are in for a heavyweight fight tonight.
I am loving this. Holy crap. So we have Orn and Set, two powerful picks. If played right, like Orn, you get him to the late game, he is an instant gold help to your team. Set, just a monster, still needs to be nerfed a little bit. You have Zach and Jarvin in the jungle. Zach, a huge boy, while Jarvin, the king of plays. Like, we haven't seen this all series so far.
I'm excited to see how PBJ Sandwich does on the Zach. This is the first game that they've taken away his Warwick. They saw it in game 1. They saw it in game 2. They saw it in game 3. But here we are, sitting on the precipice of game 4. And we see a new jungler for PBJ Sandwich. I love this Zach pick for this reason alone. The angles that are opened up with Zach's elastic slingshot for ganking are insane. You have to be on your best behavior when you're warding against a Zach. Because if you're not, if you slip up for even one ward, that man is going to hide behind the wall, elastic slingshot into your lane, and ruin your day.
And one of the things to worry about if you are Anarchy Red, all of UNCL Blue has some form of hard CC to make that Zach gank possible. So you really do emphasis on being careful when warding for this Zach. So
absolutely.
Go ahead and tell me who you think has this. What are you feeling about these team comps?
Once again, I feel like UNCL has picked the easier composition to execute. However, I think that Anarchy Red has a little too much heart. They've got a little too much fight in them to go down like this. I think they're going to push it to a game 5. I think we're going to get the silver scrapes out. That's my prediction. A close nail-biter. We're ended at the 37-minute mark with an Anarchy Red dub.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to go past my 6th or 7th. I already forgot how many glasses of wine I've had. But I am going with UNCL Blue on this one. I love the picks from Anarchy Red. I love the Orange, Jarvin, and Echo together. The Zaya and Kyra are great. I just think it was a solid pickup by UNCL Blue with the Set and Zach for the front line. Ari and Jen putting a punch from the back and the Nautilus with the CC chain to follow up.
Absolutely, we see a run back for UNCO. This is the same bot lane they ran last game, and it was so dominant. We will see if Orbitals and Space Cowboy can find the same kind of success here in game number 4. But that's when we return. Until then, do not move. You want to stay right here. We've got game 4, Meta Shift semifinals. Anarchy Red trying to keep their championship hopes alive. But until we come back, have a great night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Meta Shift League. This is the semifinals in between UNCO Blue and Anarchy Red in the Division 70. This is game 4. This is match point for UNCO Blue. If they win this, they go on to finals, and Anarchy Red would go home. Anarchy Red, this is a must win for them. What you got for me, Nelhad?
Yeah, absolutely. You hit all the key points. A must-win game for Anarchy Red unless they want to be sent packing. It's a little bit of damage played down there by the Ari from Leet. Yeah, must-win. We've seen some dominant performances. Both teams have had runaway wins. We haven't really seen a close, drawn-out game just yet, but there's always time in this game 4. We will see both teams coming out with some pretty different compositions, some big frontliners here. You're looking at these ADCs to see who's going to be able to eat through the front line and do some real damage onto the back line.
Yeah, and it's honestly, you nailed it right there. This is going to be completely different from the first 3 games we've already seen. Both compositions almost completely different. Outside of, I would say, UNCO Blues, Ari, Jin, and Nautilus. We've seen Jin and Nautilus in the third game, Ari in the first and third. But over on the side of Anarchy Red, we have not seen them play any of these champions this series. So I am super excited to see what is different, how it gets played out, and if Anarchy Red can basically pull it through because they're getting used to these people playing these champions.
Absolutely, yeah. The only returning champ on the side of Anarchy Red will be that Karma support running it back from last game. Very interested to see Jay Forick on this Echo. You see King Clifford invading, gonna pick up that blue buff and run it up to the wolves. I think it's a very aggressive invade. He might get caught on the ward there. Uncertain, but has the ability to do so just because Zach doesn't have a lot of tools early on to deal with people invading. But I think he was caught on that ward. Zach's going to rotate over and start stealing some jungle of his own.
Sorry. Mess around with some things here. Yeah. Ooh, we've seen a full... Oh, my goodness. King Clifford just clearing it out here on the blue side.
Absolutely clearing out like a machine. Zach taking King Clifford's blue buff, however, as top laners just kind of standing around, doing their own thing. And top laners, they're just a different breed. As Facebreaker pulled in, El Champo Gordo not playing around with that. Haymaker gonna get the shield, a lot of damage laid down. J4 gonna get ganked here early. Sandwich, the stun, not the stun, excuse me, the attract's gonna miss from Ari. Gonna pop that Zac passive early. King Clifford coming in. Can they finish off the Zac passive? Oh, first blood! They want more! Lee, get over here! King Clifford trying to get a little bit more. Not gonna happen. Fantastic timing. Set. Facebreaker. Pops the W. Invictus Rakan. Gonna get out of there with the E. And this action is coming fast and it's hitting heavy. As a 1-0 kill lead will start for Anarchy Red, and this is the start that they're looking for.
Yeah, it definitely is. I do want to mention, though, Gordo feeling extremely comfortable on the top side into Invictus Rakan after that game 3, where we saw him in game 1 and 2. Actually, I wouldn't say struggle, but, you know, have a hard time for sure. He is feeling extremely comfortable into this fight here.
And Invictus Rakan eating to the side there. I don't think that's the direction you wanted to go. Probably want to run away. But regardless, is going to take the full damage from that Facebreaker Haymaker combo. King Clifford coming in. Gordo, no wards. Clifford already has 1 kill picked up across the map for his lanes. Facebreaker gonna get flashed. King Clifford onto Gordo. Haymaker coming in. That's the shield. King Clifford. Oh! Right down a kill for the minions on that one. Gordo getting it done in the top lane.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate gank there. Mainly due because Invictus Rakan could not go in or do anything because of that Haymaker there. So that was completely a King Clifford versus Gordo there.
Facebreaker, Haymaker. He's gonna dodge the damage, take a tower shot. We have got a game of pixels in the top lane. Wow, couldn't be much closer than that.
And that was all before the 5-minute mark.
Absolutely a lot of action in this one, a lot of action to come. If you're just joining us, I'll set the stage for you. Anarchy Red fighting for their championship hopes. This is the semifinals of Metashift, and they're playing the UNCO Bears. Trying to get it done, down 2-1. Can they pull this upset right now? As they have not looked like the better team for most of the day. Every single win coming in a landslide so far.
One good hope, though, we are seeing some life from King Clifford. A lot of early ganks, a lot of success here. Albeit that one little bit of scuff fight at the top side. But if you're looking over at this... Oh, some stuns coming out. King Clifford,
coming in.
Again, talking about him, and he is here on screen.
Yep, clearing ward there in Tri-Bush. He knows that the trinket's down now, and they aggressively ward the in-lane bush. They're not going to have wards for a little bit to even check if Clifford's there. Clifford's got his eyes set mid. He has been all over the map in this one so far. And
yeah.
He's going to go to his top side, looks like, now to clear some jungle. Elastic Slingshot coming in. J4's going to dodge it, most likely incidentally. And they're going to go to J4. J4 hits that ulti, goes back, and is going to get out. And Sandwich, only level 4 right now, struggling early on this Zac.
Yeah, he's not farming very well. I was going to point out earlier, even though King Clifford has put in a bunch of ganks, that one fight in the mid lane where Sandwich did get his passive popped and did go down to King Clifford has put him behind really far as a jungler.
As Orbitals and Space Cowboy gonna crack this plate here in the bot lane, gonna claim some gold for them, see if that'll get them an advantage in lane. On the other side, we see AD Curry and Maleficate both back already. AD Curry's going to come back with boots and a BF sword. Maleficate just going to come back with a pair of fairy charms and boots. And Invictus Recon can't do much against El Champo Gordo in the top lane here. Facebreaker coming in. There's the Haymaker, getting some shields. Invictus Recon trying to fight in wave. Aftershock's not going to connect on El Champo. The Conqueror really killing Invictus Recon. These long sustained fights just favoring Gordo as he starts to get health back from that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. King Clifford's actually backing here. I expected him to come up and try and make another play, but it makes sense. You obviously went in and lost basically 1v1 to Gordo because Rakan was unable to jump into that fight. And now, even if it wasn't 2v1, in your mind, it's looking like Gordo's still going to be able to 2v1 that. I think Anarchy Red is going to leave it to Invictus or Rakan to just farm it out on the top side and not be Gordo.
Absolutely, and I love the pickup of Bramble Vest by Invictus Rakan, understanding that the Conqueror is going to provide a lot of healing, as it looks like UNCO has their eyes set on this dragon. They're going to start it. King Clifford in the back of it, clearing wards. Charm going to come down. Are going to lay down some damage. Not going to be a whole lot. Facebreaker on the top lane. Little engagement. Gordo going in on Rakan. Rakan going to run away from the Haymaker. Comes back in the lane, and Gordo runs right back at him. Procs the Brittle. Oh, they steal the dragon! Wow! Getting in there! King Clifford! They're going to continue this fight! AD Curry! That's a lot of damage! Teleport coming down! Jay Fork running! Here comes the curtain call! Targeting Maleficate, gonna drop the shield! Jay Fork ults in! Backline! And 8 Savage! Gonna go down for his efforts, but a huge drag tech, and they pick up a kill on Savage to boot!
Yeah, one thing to know about that fight was Invictus did try to stop that TP by Gordo, but I think that was the right play to let Gordo go through, because now he's able to pick up farm, get a few plates, and get back into this game. You want Ornn to get to that late game 13-14 spike where he does provide a lot for his team. And if you're only going to give up a kill, which was a kill for a kill, Anarchy Red went 2 kills for 1 and picked up the dragon with the steal.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see Invictus Rakan straight up build Thornmail on this next back with the plate gold there.
More likely could, or he might actually try to go for Sunfire here, because he isn't dealing with just Gordo. He's also dealing with Zac and Ahri.
Absolutely, and does opt to go for the Bomby Cinder, building into that Sunfire cape. Space Cowboy in the bush here. There comes the tow line. Drops to the root. AD Curry got to run. Another root coming out from orbitals. Zac in the vicinity trying to hit an elastic slingshot. Drops a pink ward into the bush. Very smart, denying vision from the side of Anarchy Red. Maleficate, a little bit of poking done there. And I like this bot lane right now for UNCO. The Bears are putting in work in the bot lane. Space Cowboy, oh, what a root on the feather recall. Maleficate can't follow up with the damage. Gordo, Facebreaker, Haymaker. Not gonna have a lot. Rusty, what's catching your eye so far in this game as we inch closer to the mid game?
Again, it comes down to King Clifford. He was heading towards the top side. He really wants to put Gordo in his place, but Invictus
Rakan going in. Knock up. Haymaker. That's a big shield. Invictus Rakan. Here comes the Ornn. Gets it. I don't think he's going to have enough damage to finish. Gordo taking a lot of wave damage. Showstopper. Not going to be enough. Here comes the gate. And Leet and Savage pick it up, but at what cost? As he's going to pick up the kill. Big fight by Invictus Rakan to beat El Champo Gordo in the 1v1. I don't know why Gordo went back in. He saw the gank coming up. That kill was already secured. Uses the showstopper and wastes not only his ultimate, but his life as well.
Yeah, and what I was going to say is Invictus is playing this very cautiously. He pinged away. King Clifford says, hey, go help out bot lane. I got this. And guess what he did? He had it. If it wasn't for the help from Lee and Savage coming up, Invictus would have had that kill with the tower dive.
Absolutely incredible play there to pick up the kill before dying himself. And we see a small lead on the side of Anarchy Red. And if we've learned anything today, it's that small leads can snowball into big ones in a blink of an eye. We'll see if Anarchy Red can do that this game.
Yeah, the one thing that worries about me is this dragon, the mountain dragon, coming up in a minute and 13 seconds. That has been the turning point for all 3 games. At this second dragon, the linger around it, the want to fight for it. Both teams want it and the die for it. And that has been the turning point for all 3 games. So I want to see if this is going to be a trend, or is this trend going to be broken?
Absolutely, and the advantage right now is the Anarchy Red, as Invictus Recon still has teleport to respond to the second dragon. It can be a 4v5 situation, and for that reason, I think that Anarchy Red is going to pick up this next drag. Brittle coming in, knocks him up, airborne. Gordo, what can he do? Recon backing off, as you said, playing very, very cautious, winning these trades and backing up. Extremely smart when playing against Conqueror. You don't want to take these long, sustained fights. Allow your opponent to get a lot of health back. Gets the stun. Echo going in. Jay Forick. Here comes the elastic slingshot.
Oh!
The charm under tower. There's the ulti. Jay Forick gonna go down. King Clifford, you gotta run. You don't want to lose the smite right before Dragon. And Lee doesn't have a charm to hit him with, but a big kill. Invictus Recon pushing into this top tower. And it looks like UNCO is going to be able to have dibs on this dragon as they completely zone everyone else off of it. King Clifford maybe going to respond with Rift Herald, however. But go ahead.
I was just going to say, Gordo, have a fun with his sword! Invictus Recon
like fish in a barrel! Wow!
Yeah, that is a problem that we've seen in the first game. Like, there's just no stopping it. Invictus Recon is on a tear, and Gordo cannot do anything in return.
What a shot! This man can't miss right now. It's like, wow, I don't even know. Just can't miss. So we're back into the bot lane here. Good hook, tone line. Jin, gonna drop a root. Maleficate, gonna go down. Double root. Can he get Space Cowboy? Won't be able to. Curry running from orbitals. And they will pick up the first tower of the game. Anarchy Red with that push. Got Shelly in response to the dragon. Very smart play by King Clifford. El Gordo going in on the top lane. Can Invictus Recon get out? And it looks like he will. Jay Ford coming in. Tower diving orbitals. Toe line's gonna miss. Under tower. He's rooted. What a play by Jin. There's the ulti. Curtain call coming in. That's a lot of damage. Elastic slingshot. This is gonna be a double kill. At least it should be. Feather recall. Not gonna get anyone. And Jay Ford may just get out with his life. Oh, what a Jin root. Stun coming in. Jay Ford. Big shield. Sandwich. Gonna get his passive pop. There's 3 pop though. Can they kill him? Probably not. Toe line coming in. Space Cowboy gonna get out. Sandwich. He's resurrected by his passive, and Lee picks up the karma. King Clifford DCs for the second time. He's gonna come right back. That one shouldn't affect him at all. Luckily, not in the middle of a fight.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Insane.
A lot of action.
A huge turnaround for UNCO Blue there.
Yeah.
All coming down to the J Ford tower diving and getting rooted up by Jin.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge fight for them. Big elastic slingshot. Sandwich down in farm early, but I like what I'm seeing from him right now. His ganking has been on point. As Gordo building up this wave in the top lane, maybe trying to crash it on Rakan and force a fight. Not going to, playing very passively, knowing that Sunfire Cape has already been built on Invictus Recon, and he's going to back here with Teleport. Be interested to see if he teleports right back or takes his time getting back to lane.
Whew. This is dead even. Like, honestly, you do see the 1K goal lead for Anarchy Red, but that one fight in the boss side just screamed UNCO Blue. We see Elite 4-0.
And this might be the close game we were waiting for. And back-to-back-to-back games, One team just absolutely blew the doors off the other. El Champo going in. Echo responding with so are Zach and Ari. Invictus Rakan gets the abstract block. Showstopper. Sandwich. He's in the area. And Ari coming from behind. Jay Fourick here. Doesn't see. Lee. Oh, trying to pop some damage.
Ooh.
Jay Fourick is not going to land that stun on anyone. Clean Clifford over the wall. Does he have a magical cataclysm in him? Not going to look like it. Everyone's going to back off. Space Cowboy going to most likely go for the toe line here. Not going to be in range. Good slow by Maleficent, dropping the CC to protect his ADC.
Yeah, right now we were speaking about it. Orbitals and Space Cowboy playing extremely well in the Jhin and Nautilus last game. It's carrying very well into this game for them as well.
Absolutely. Right now, if Anarchy Red goes on to win this game, I think you gotta say Invictus Rakan is the MVP of this game. He has been killing it just the whole day in the top lane, especially right now playing against the setting his ulti. J4 dodges the charm. Great micros there.
Yeah, and one of the things you know is Set usually does win that matchup into Ornn. I mean, I guess it could be a skill matchup, but Set usually does win that, so it does speak volumes for Invictus Rakan as a player.
Absolutely. Also to note, I believe both those champions received minor nerfs yesterday, as we now are in patch 10.8, so maybe not exactly the champion that they remember playing last as they return to it, as it looks like there's going to be a setup for this next drag. Anarchy Red playing it well. Big charm coming out. Clifford gotta find a runaway. I don't think Sandwich knows if he would have hit the blast cone, it would have activated his Q there and brought King Clifford and the cone together.
I actually don't think that was the right call. If that was possible, all of UNCL Below wasn't together at that moment.
Oh, big toe line into the back. J4 has to use the ulti. Here comes Anarchy Red. Ornhorn coming in. Invictus Rakan misses the reactivation. Cataclysm in the middle. Space Cowboy. He looks like he's going to go down. Orbitals gets the back line, dropping out some damage. Maleficate chasing. Ignite drop. That's going to tick down. Savage. Elastic slingshots out of there. But Anarchy Red picks up a big fight, and they're going to pick up an even bigger dragon.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because it looks like Lee was not there for most of the fight, and Orbital's in the middle of it. He is trying to do his damage. He is best in the backline, but he was in the middle of it. Huge cataclysm by King Clifford.
Huge cataclysm. It didn't even matter that Invictus Rakan couldn't quite get the reactivation on the ultimate for the Ornhorn, but if he had, I think that would have been a clean ace. And all of a sudden, Anarchy Red has started gaining some momentum. That gold lead is growing. The dragon lead is growing. They're up a kill. What can they do with this lead?
Honestly, it's not too much of a lead to be too overconfident. You still want to play safe. You just want to be able to push these towers. You are in a good position here because it doesn't look like UNCL Blue has the ability to win these team fights at the moment. So you kind of want to pressure that. But as we see in the game 2, they did not do that really well.
J4 gonna get out of a sticky situation there. Little dash, King Clifford just waiting to see if he can make a difference. His Cataclysm is back up right now. Huge Cataclysm in the last fight. And it looks like University of Northern Colorado Blue are looking a little bit lost. They're moving towards top lane. Don't have a real objective. Jhin is overextended. Orbitals gotta run. So Gordo drops the Haymaker. Invictus Rakan a lot of damage. Trying to stack that Brittle. And they get out in the top lane despite the poor positioning. Leap going in. J4 responds. Dodges the charm.
Yeah, and already it does look like this is actually pretty bad for UNCO Blue because they cannot match Invictus Rakan right now. And at the moment, Lee is not able to put out enough damage, even with the 4-0, to match it.
Absolutely, Facebreaker coming. Elastic Slingshot as well. And Champo Gordo, he's taking a lot of damage. Will he go down? Ornhorn coming in, gonna use it just to escape. Gets the knockup. Invictus Rakan running. There's 4 People bearing down, big shutdown gold, but they're going to take advantage and push in mid. Will they get this tier 2 tower? King Clifford going to work. Jay Ford there, Maleficate as well. AD Curry trying to provide a little bit of fantastic show shot by Jin's going to stop it. Toe line coming in, Jay Ford. Wrong place, wrong time. Going to be sitting at a gray screen for a little bit. El Champo trying to rotate over. King Clifford can't get out. Good ward there. And they're going to push down on the mid tower instead on the crackback.
Yeah, and it was good recognition to try and go for that mid tower, but unfortunately, they did not realize that Space Cowboy was already in rotation to get there before Invictus Rakan went down. So he's able to pull in that fight and keep it there, which helped out UNCL Blue to pick up that kill there.
Absolutely. We saw them get a little bit of damage on the mid tower, on the crackback. Good play by UNCO. Sandwich gonna pick up this red buff here, and it looks like this game's beginning to stabilize, and I've got a sneaky suspicion this one's going long, as we've already hit the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, both of the UNCL Blue wins were within 26 minutes, 27 minutes. The one game won by Anarchy Red, I do believe, was at 34 minutes. So, looking at it already, the state of the game, they are almost identical. They're pretty even, except for the fact that almost all the kills for UNCL Blue is on Leet, the Ahri player. And I don't think that is what you want, but now you have to wait for Orbitals to come online. Meanwhile, over on Anarchy Red, the 3 kills going over to AD Curry is huge. That is the person that you're going to try and want to delete, but you're not going to be able to because she is super safe.
Absolutely, and their build's identical right now, except for one dagger in the inventory of Orbitals, despite Orbitals farming so much better. Those kills, as you said, a big key right now for Anarchy Red, as next Dragon's going to be in 35 seconds. They're trying to hold them off here, and if you can deny vision onto Dragon to be big, but I don't know if they can. AD Curry out of position a little bit. Trying to rotate around to back pit, maybe drop a ward there. They've already got a pink in back pit, and Victus Khan here, elastic slingshot, very aggressive play by Sandwich. AD Curry trying to keep some distance. They can't do much off that elastic slingshot. Echo rotating down. Jay Fork might be a little bit late to the party, but he might be able to bring the boom. Alties up everywhere. The only one down across the board is Karma. Jay Forick, they have no vision of him in that bush. The blind hook. And they take the elastic slingshot, and they're kind of half in, half out on this drag now. Here comes Anarchy Red. Invictus Khan taking drag aggro. Now Dragon fighting for the side of Anarchy Red. Turns back on him, dealing a little bit of damage. I gotta see this drag damage chart at the end of the game. Elastic slingshot coming in. They got a lot of damage put down. Nautilus healthy coming in. Ornord gets reactivation. That's big. Cataclysm coming in. It's another big one. AD Curry staying alive, staying healthy, and this is just what the doctor ordered. Oh my goodness. What a fight. Anarchy Red, another team fight win. Another Dragon secured. And they are getting closer to forcing a game 5.
Yeah, if you're on the side of UNCL Blue, you really do need to be paying attention to these fights because it is King Clifford. No matter how low or how much you target him, he is getting these cataclysms off. And Invictus Rakan following up with a huge Forge of the Iron God, and Jay Ford putting in some damage. AD Curry from the back line, just poking and poking and poking until she picks up all of these kills.
AD Curry's patience in that fight was absolutely phenomenal. You saw the way he kept distance between him and his own front line, allowing the tanks to do their job and allowing him to do his, which just dropped buckets of damage onto the enemy team. They have a big lead. They're one drag away from Seoul, and this game looks like it's getting out of the hands of the University of Northern Colorado Blue.
Yeah, one saving grace for UNCO Blue is they do have a front line. They just need to use it properly. Make sure that King Clifford cannot get to the back line, because that is where their problem is. He is getting to orbitals, he is getting to elite, and that is just completely neutering their damage.
Absolutely, and they're trying to push in this mid tower here. I don't think they can really team fight. They are down just about 5k gold. See this Ornn on set action in the top lane. Both have their teleports up, so a team fight scenario could potentially be a 5-on-5. Both of them starting to rotate down. Both teams hovering around this Baron pit. And this is where games are made and games are lost. Will we see an early risky call from either team?
And honestly, I think Anarchy Red plays really safe. I don't think they're going to pull the trigger. They're going to look for a pick here, if anything. Otherwise, they're just going to play it safe. There's no reason to worry. There's no reason to push for this Baron. It is still a close game.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that'd be very reminiscent of Game 2, which Anarchy Red took home. They played it very slow. They slow rolled until the second dragon, and then they struck. This game's going a little differently. Maybe they'll slow roll to the fourth dragon and then strike. As they are just going to take this jungle. Doesn't matter. Oh! She nearly steals an orbitals. A cheeky shot there, but it's not going to land. As I was saying, if they can see it, they can kill it. They take the red buff that doesn't belong to them, and they don't care. Anarchy Red moving the vision lineup. This is some very smart play. They're looking at this top tower.
Yeah, ooh, Gordo just sitting in that bush. They're going to pull the trigger right here.
Yeah, here comes the curtain call. King Clifford here. All the ultis are up. There goes the Xayah ulti, trying to get away. Face breaker. Can they take down the set? They do. 80 Corey survives. And that's huge. I don't think the rest of the team can be finished by UNCO. They're still going in. Root on the Victor Khan. Cataclysm. He hits another. Ornhorn coming in. Gets 2 knockups. Lots of damage being put down. King Clifford trying to provide some CC. Space Cowboy doing his best as well. He's going to go down. King Clifford puts down the damage. His team gets it done.
Yeah, we've seen Set going to the back line. That was their answer. Try to take out their back line while their front line took care of Anarchy Red's front line. It did not work out as well as planned by UNCO Blue. Gordo went down super early, just was not able to finish off 80 Curry, and that just went 100% Anarchy Red's way.
Absolutely. UNCO, the fight not going their way. It looked great to start. Set got in the back line, face breakered, tried to kill the Xayah. Perfectly timed Xayah ulti, got Xayah right out of there, kept 80 Curry in the fight. Great target switching by the team to get right onto that set and save their damage. That's what really won them the fight. And so far, that's what's winning them the game. 80 Curry gonna pick up the red buff here. That's huge. Keep an eye on 80 Curry's damage for the next couple minutes.
Yeah, already 6-2, getting that upgraded Infinity Edge from Invictus Recon. I do believe she had that for that last fight already. So it speaks to it shows volumes there where Gordo going in, just not able to take her out, and she was able to just put on damage from the backside with basically free. Nobody able to get back to her.
Yeah, Set does have TP here, but right now it's a 5-on-4. J-Fork a little late to the fight. They're going to take positioning of the top side of the river. Face Cowboy, he's kind of trolling around, looking for hook. Maleficate, putting a little damage into the back there, and they're going to get on the wards here in front of Drag Pit. I don't think there's much that UNCO can do, but they've got to try. You can't just hand over the soul. They're already down in the game. Invictus Recon putting down a little more damage. Set TP way too far in the front line. Elastic Slingshot, blast from Space Cowboy. 80 Curry, you gotta run. Facemaker brings it back in. 80 Curry, Feather Recall with the blast. Ornhorn, wow!
Whoa!
They absolutely delete them. Leap, battling J-Fork on the side. They leave the Dragon Pit. Maleficate goes back to it. Space Cowboy gonna go down. UNCO got absolutely melted like a stick of butter in a furnace. That fight was over before it even started. King Clifford gonna solo this drag. They're gonna get sold, and they are pushing the bot lane in.
Oh, boy, this is going so good for Anarchy Red. They're actually putting the boss side. They just won a huge fight that UNCO did not want to fight, but they had to pull the trigger somewhere. They committed a little bit too much for Echo. Their front line getting murdered by basically the rest of the team for Anarchy Red, and they're going to be losing an inhibitor, possibly Baron here shortly.
And they're going to rotate mid, maybe try to pick up another inhibitor. Huge soul for them right now. It's going to keep them in fights a lot longer, healing a lot of health when you do damage to someone. And yeah, I don't think there's anything that can be done except to steal. They've got to say their prayers and hope that they can land a lucky smite as they're trying to catch Maleficate out. Maleficate, a little too speedy, gonna escape the curtain call there. And it looks like they're looking mid, trying to alleviate some of the pressure on the map, but I don't think they can even step close. You don't want to run into the meat grinder that is AD Curry right now.
Most definitely not. And honestly, King Clifford and Jay Fort putting out tons of work for the front line. Invictus Rakan, absolutely monstrous on the Ornn, coming in clutch, basically putting Gordo too far behind to be able to do anything. He's not able to get to that back line and do what he needs to do. He is getting taken out quickly, and that was largely in due part to Invictus early game.
And King Clifford playing aggressively here. Maleficate there, gotta be careful. Facebreaker not gonna hit, and that's gonna be all the chasing for UNCO. And hovering around this Baron pit now, King Clifford trying to find Gordo out. Not gonna happen. Just setting up some vision, moving up the line. And what this effectively does is zone them off of Baron. When you vision this deep and the threat of being picked in your own jungle is that real, you can't even get close to Baron pit. Jay Ford trying to zone, maybe get caught out here. There's the tow line coming in and shut down gold being transferred. This is a 4v5 opportunity. UNCO, what can they do? Elastic slingshot, curtain call, coming in, cataclysm, that's gonna kill the Zac. No smite for them. UNCO, they gotta try to pick up this Baron. They can't do it. Look at this team fight. They are focusing on all the right targets. Orbitals, he's left. The one sheep straying from the 99 is somehow gonna find his way out of trouble. Gets another Dark Arm stack. Maleficate waiting right there for him. Dropping the CC, dropping the damage. Maleficate, gotta run. Lee coming in from the backside. Do they have a shot at hitting this Baron? Orbitals coming in. Lee hops in. That's a kill. They get off Baron. Here comes AD Curry and the rest of the gang. They turn back to Baron. It's half reset. Can Orbitals and Lee save the day for UNCO? It doesn't look like it. Blue team picks it up. King Clifford, a big smite. Invictus Rakan coming in. Flag and drag. Can't get it to connect. Trap gonna go off. Jin's gonna miss that. Doesn't matter, the damage is done and the Baron is spinning around the side of Anarchy Red.
That was a great attempt there by UNCO Blue to stall and try to basically pick off the teammates of Anarchy Red. It just, unfortunately, there's not much you can do 2v4 there.
Yeah, absolutely. Red buff picked up there by King Clifford. And this game is looking like it's drawing near an end. However, 35 minutes. We are approaching the longest game. Actually, I believe this will be the longest game of this series to date. They're going to pick up Scuttle. As I said, if they can see it, they can kill it. And Anarchy Red doing a lot of killing right now with 22 on the board.
Yeah, right now it's not looking pretty good for UNCO Blue. Anarchy Red picking up Dragon Soul, and it is Ocean of all things here. And they do have the Baron buff. Anarchy Red, the one thing going for UNCO is that they are not pushing these lanes as hard as they should be right now. They're just looking for kills.
Yeah, absolutely. They are looking for kills, and that could come back to hurt them. Although I highly doubt it with the large lead they're enjoying. But crazier things have happened. Maleficate nearly caught out in the tow line there. Gordo trying to find a sneaky face breaker potentially. And they're pushing towards top, looking at this top tower. J-Fork's gonna keep pushing him in. They've got a 4-on-3 in top lane. AD Curry does a big jump to Gordo there. J-Fork coming in on orbitals.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, tick, tick, boom! The Ignite finishes him off. Invictus Rakan trying to take the tower here, and they're gonna take care of that tower. On to the inhibitor, and it's gonna go down in a hurry as well. And it's looking like the end of days for UNCO. Anarchy Red has put on a clinic in this one, as it looks like they're going to force a Game 5 and keep their championship hopes alive. They're rotating. They're getting a third inhibitor. Working on it. Hitting it down. That one's going to fall. J4 picks it up. Charm coming in from Ari, not going to connect. Leap trying to do everything he can. Gordo, the same. Damage backing up. Elastic Slingshot coming in. There's too much damage. And this Anarchy Red team drops the Owenhorn. Showstopper to the backline. Does not reactivate. AD Curry. So much damage. The whole team's like a meat grinder right now. Champions go in. Gold comes out as they're on to the Nexus. And we're headed to a game number 5. What a game by Anarchy Red.
Can I get a oh yeah from you right now? Because you
Oh
sound...
yeah.
Oh yeah! Macho Man Randy Savage there, everybody. No, that was absolutely crazy insane. I absolutely loved it. UNCO Blue getting taken down. It is going to a Game 5, everybody.
Play the Silver Scrapes right now! Oh my goodness!
Anarchy Red playing an insane game, playing extremely well. We said it before, Invictus Recon playing the Ornn, super great in the early game, and then just pulling it out together, honestly. Just look at the damage from Zaya, 30K, nobody even near. You can't even get to her. You can't even touch her. Your one saving grace was set. Like, Zach's not going to be able to do the damage, and we've seen it in the top fight. Set got to the back line, put in a ton of damage, and guess what? She ulted, and she just saved herself, and Set goes down. The rest of the team falls.
Yeah,
Game
absolutely. And I'm
All right.
glad this isn't a best of 7 series, because I don't think my voice or my heart could take that, as we are headed to a game number 5 in the semifinals. Both teams trying to keep their championship hopes alive.
All right, we are going to go into an intermission, guys. We shall be back for Game 5, UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. Are we muted? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Meta Shift League, Game 5, Division 70, UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. This is the game, the final one of the night. This is for a spot in the finals in the 70 division. It will be either against Ominosity or TPR Hyper. Absolutely insane series so far. It has been back and forth. First game going over UNCO Blue, second to Anarchy Red, and then back and forth again. Game 5, what you have for me, Nelhad? Don't worry, I'm not going to let you lose your voice before the game starts.
Well, I'll tell you not what I have, but what I need, and that's some tea with honey for these lungs, man.
Well, we got some bears to get the honey in UNCO.
As we see the first picks coming across, this is going to be the first Maokai we see all day. Of course, it's already pro draft. We have no knowledge of the pro draft. And Gordo will be playing Maokai top. We see the return of the Zac for Sandwich. Did not work out as well for him as the Warwick did. but I think I gotta make a slight change to your intro. Not welcome
Yeah.
back. Welcome to Banana Town, because this is just nuts.
Oh,
We've got Game 5 championship aspirations on the line.
I thought there was a mistake getting popped down when I seen that Nautilus. I'm like, oh no, there's gonna be 3 tanks. There's not enough damage output, and then they swap it on me. They were trolling. It was a Lux all the time. Woo.
Interested to see what this Lux can do. We see the Jarvan coming back from King Clifford. His cataclysms were absolutely insane.
We see again the return of Syndra on J Fork and the Shin on Invictus Recon.
Yeah, absolutely the return of J4, as you said. Shen also returning for Invictus Recon. Interested to see what the Syndra can do. Lux has a longer range than Syndra, but Syndra's ulti is just a point and click. You just gotta click R, press that Lux, and you'll probably delete her. So we'll see what happens. Xayah coming back for AD Curry, been so effective all game long. Orbitals choosing Jinx, which we saw in game 1, which they won. And it looks like we're going to see Leona, which we also saw in game 1 from UNCO, in a big win. And a Nautilus coming down.
I don't even know who to choose at this point. Like, Leona has been such a catalyst in all these games, and then you had the Nautilus in game 3 popping out with the Jhin. So I'm looking at it this way. It comes down to mid lane in my eyes. You have the Syndra with the self-heal, with a ton of damage, with the point and click, as Nelhad had pointed out. On the other side, you have Lux, the AoE damage from her ultimate into these team fights, and it's on I do believe a 30-second cooldown at full maximum cooldown. Absolutely insane. Oh man, I don't even know where to go with this, because in the first game that UNCL Blue won, it was with the Jinx, and it did pop off. Or was I wrong? No, it was. And you have Leona to pair up with that versus a Nautilus and Xayah. We have seen success from both of these bot lanes, but not in these pairings.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to see. But you didn't give us your pick, Rusty. Who you got?
I don't even know, because I have a favoritism towards a certain champion, and his name is Maokai, because he is just a monster. I don't think Shen has his number. Once he gets his first item, it is over for top lane. Invictus is not going to be able to kill him. He's just going to be able to push and push and push. And if we've seen Chapo Gordo play a safe tank, it has been Gnar. Maokai a close second to that, in my personal opinion. I think Gordo is going to be the catalyst for UNCL Blue in this game, but at the same time, Syndra does provide way more than Lux. Xayah is super safe, Nautilus bringing the CC, and then we have the Jarvan King Clifford. He was popping off last game. I am giving it over to Anarchy Red.
I said it last game, and I'm going to say it again. Anarchy Red, it feels like they have something to prove. They've got a little bit more fight in them. They've got that chip on their shoulder they've got to dust off. They took us to Banana Town, and now they're going to take us home. Anarchy Red in 5.
I'm not gonna lie, I love it when your voice is raw, because it sounds like a total Macho Man Randy Savage. If you just add an oh yeah to all of it, it'd be fantastic. I'm just saying, that's what I'm thinking. That's a peace of mind from Rusty right now.
Well, you'll have more of the Macho Man casting League of Legends when we return for this Game 5, a game you do not want to miss.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game, Game 5 of the semifinals, UNCO Blue versus Anarchy Red. It is 2v2. The winner of this game goes on to the finals. The loser goes home. This has been a fantastic series. If you've been watching all night, I'm sure you understand what this implies. Both teams just going at it. One win, one loss, going back and forth. I really do want a really close game. But that last game was as close as we're going to get it, in my opinion.
Man, I am absolutely pumped for this game. As you see both teams 5-pointing, you can feel the nervous energy on the Rift. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Nobody wants to slip up. This is what prime time League of Legends looks like, and you said it best. Win, and you're on to the championship. Lose, and you're watching from the couch next week at home. So much at stake for these two teams. Who will rise to the occasion?
Nuffies. Inside joke. Don't worry about it.
I won't worry about it. I'm going to worry about this game unfolding on the Rift here. And we see a start top here. Shen just trolling a little bit. Saying, hey, don't forget about me. I'm very excited to see Invictus Rakan on this Shen once again. We saw it in game number 2, where Anarchy Red did indeed take home the win. But his Ornn was so massive last game, you gotta feel that's gonna be a little bit missed.
Oh no, Maleficate playing too far back, and King Clifford was actually in position to gank there or invade. And he disconnected again.
He did disconnect again. And he reconnects. Everybody saying R in the all chat. And I think we're going to be good. Was setting up the gank, as you said. He's going to go in for the invade here. Try to pick up the red buff. Zac heading down. It looks like these two are going to meet head on, which is a shame. Because he would have had it clean if he didn't have the disconnect. And he's taking it in the bush. If you can see on the map, he's pulling it in the bush.
No.
But Leap responding. Coming down. That's going to be one dead Jarvan. Here comes the bot lane. King Clifford going to get finished off. Not by the Krugs, but just by the burn there. Zac's going to pick up the first one, and the Jarvan flash will be burned. Quick first blood, but Gordo almost dies in the top lane to Invictus Rakan.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. It's one of those things that we've seen in game. I do believe 3 where King Clifford did DC on Silas. He DC'd while doing blue buff, though. It reset, and he had to do it by himself, half health, spinning his fight, and he just could not get back in that game.
Absolutely, is Gordo taking a lot of damage in that trade. Sandwich coming in, trying to hit the elastic slingshot. Seeing his play. There that goes. Flash by 80, Curry Maleficate. I think they're both going to get out here. Drops the heal, puts down damage on Space Cowboy. Feather Recall, not going to pick up the stun. Still doing some damage. Nothing going to come of it. Jay Forick trading with Lux there. Toe line hits. Zac coming back. 80 Curry. Ignite drop. Maleficate and 80 Curry winning trades despite Zac being in the vicinity. This is the kind of play that you need if you want to go on to the championship.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that was a great play by Anarchy Red there. The Ascent Cinder down on Jay Forick. Zac immediately responding there, and it does look like King Clifford is still in camps in the top side.
Elastic slingshot coming in, and that might be a dead Syndra. Oh, good
nice
stun! Not even gonna have to use the flash. Jay Forick, a masterful stun, gonna save the flash and more importantly his life. And Sandwich running up and down between mid and bot. His flash gonna come out from the Lux there, saving his life. King Clifford still ganking here early and often as we saw last game. Zac working his way back down to the bot lane, but they're backing, not gonna get much there.
Yeah, it does look like King Clifford is not phased at all by that DC and death. He is playing extremely great, getting his farm, and trying to get that level 4 to kind of match Zac there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the top lane, Gordo's issue is that he's used way too much of his mana. When you're going up against manaless champions, you really have to learn how to conserve and play slow, because playing into this, Invictus Rakan has access to all of his spells all of the time. Gordo does not have that luxury.
The good news for Gordo, though, is he is almost under tower. He will not have to deal with Rakan getting his poke, getting his dash, and taunting, and getting those trades in.
Yeah, absolutely hard to work with such little space for Invictus Rakan. Although if he can push his wave under tower, Gordo might miss out on some farm due to the wave bouncing off the tower, but the wave's here just in time. Gordo, Rakan doing a little bit of poke there. And minions are going to hit Gordo, but nothing much traded. Maleficate going in for a tone line, not going to hit, backs up. Interesting tone line, looked like it went right in the minion wave as that Zenith Blade going to miss as well. And Invictus Rakan sliding through, dropping the W, can't be autoed, puts down a lot of damage on Gordo. Man, both these guys just feel like Teflon when they've got these Doran shield, keep getting hit but bouncing right back.
I mean, that is exactly what this is right now.
Absolutely, as the bot lane will back for UNCO and a BF sword picked up for the Jinx. Orbitals with a lead over just the 2 long sword and a saber, or a dagger, excuse me, for AD Curry.
Saber dagger, it's a sword of some sort.
They're all sharp.
Yeah, they're pointy. We see Shaco do well with them.
Absolutely, both top laners gonna back here. And it looks like King Clifford trying to invade in the jungle again. Didn't work out for him last time. Leona going up, potentially respond to that. And King Clifford wisely going to leave the jungle. Look at the mid lane farm differential. Syndra building a huge lead in that department. A lot of CS, getting a lot of gold. See the Zac here looking for an elastic slingshot.
He wants something, but AD Curry's actually back in there.
Yeah. Wow. AD Curry unknowingly gets out of a stick situation, but this Maleficate, can he hit a toe line to get himself out? Here comes the collapse. King Clifford's here. Jay Forrick's here. All these are up just for the Syndra. Not level 6 yet. Coming in. Flux ulti, final spark, not gonna connect with Flux. Space Cowboy gonna go down. Jay Forrick picks up the kill. Toe line coming in. Hits the roof. Jay Forrick gets out somehow. Drops the CC. Maleficate gonna go down. But here comes AD Curry. Flash from Gordo. Trying to get out. Goes onto Invictus Rakan. Oh! They're gonna trade. And it looks like the first dragon of the game is gonna go down in the hands of Anarchy Red. But Leap sticking around. Orbital's there too. I don't think they can do this dragon. And no one's gonna get it.
So that was a 2-for-1. Jay Fork barely getting out with the bare slim of his life. AD Curry popping his heel to save him.
Absolutely huge fight. And Anarchy comes out on top a little bit, and you can see that reflected in the gold. They're up about 600 right now. It's not much, but it's something. And
it's
as
a start.
we've seen all series, all you need is a start. And little by little, that advantage turns into a huge Nunu-sized snowball rolling at the enemy team. We see Invictus Rakan going in, dropping a little bit of damage, trying to clear this wave out.
Always see a 3-man coming in the mid.
Exactly. Elastic slingshot. J4 gonna go down.
Whoa!
Spark drop by Link.
The damage from Lux, it was unanticipated by me. I did not realize that it was going to deal that much that early.
Yep, and this is looking like a free dragon for the side of UNCO. However, King Clifford invading the jungle. No, he's looking Herald. He's responding to dragon. We've seen him do this all day long. He's been very smart about the trades. And this Infernal Drag will fall slowly but surely as that will go down. But as I said, Ripped Herald being taken here by Invictus Recon and Clifford. Nothing that can be done to respond to that. Even going to smite a little early just to get the health back, and King Clifford's going to go into his blue buff. Maybe not wide. Lux and Zach are heading that way. Invictus Recon, he's not going to know that he has to respond. Doesn't have Altia. Gotta run. Lux hops over the wall. Cinder coming up to respond. We've got a bit of a fight developing around blue buff over here. Coming in. King Clifford. Not gonna have Smite. It's gonna go over to Lux. That's a big buff. Cataclysm! Double blast! And that's a lot of resources invested. Maokai ult is gonna be invested as well. That's a long cooldown. Wow. One Cataclysm gets 2 flashes and a Maokai ult.
Yeah, and honestly, you didn't get the blue buff, but those flashes are well worth it. If King Clifford can take any advantage of that in the mid lane or even a jungle invade, that will definitely turn in favor of Anarchy Red.
Absolutely, and the real question now is where will King Clifford be dropping this Rift Herald? Maleficent. Oh, looking for a tone line, not gonna find his target there.
Now you do have some time on that Herald though, and this dragon does come up in 3 minutes. I would like to see him actually synchronize that close to around there, probably about 40 seconds before it drops.
Absolutely, J4 going on this Lux, dropping a little bit of damage. Lux going to evade most of it, however, popping her own shield. A little bit of damage coming down. Leap and very accurate with the final spark so far. His R's have been hitting. Invictus Recon gonna let this wave bounce, denying farm to the Maokai. He's already up over 20 farm on him, and that is only gonna grow.
Even though King Clifford did have that unfortunate DC early in the game, which did lead to his unclean take of the red buff and the unfortunate death over to Sandwich, he is sitting up on a pretty 10 CS lead over Zach on Sandwich and basically the same kill line. He is doing fantastic for himself getting back into this game.
Absolutely, Zach here trying to pull a Scholastic Fling Shot, but unfortunately the wave is going to be pushed too far, and he'll just back right there in the tri-bush. Next dragon coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Very important objectives as we've seen. The second drag has been the big decider in many of these games today. Recon going in, calls the sword. Final spark going down, J4 gonna walk that one off and recall, probably to finish up that Luden's Echo. That's very close to being completed. Invictus Recon continues to bully Gordo. He's been taking his lunch money all day.
Gordo's actually pretty close to completing his first item there. Actually, I lied. He went Spectre's Cows and Cindered Bombing.
Yeah, he's got the garage sale build right now. A little bit of everything, you know, is on sale. Why not?
So he still has quite a bit of ways to go for that first item. But once he hits that, it will be really hard to do anything to this Maokai.
Absolutely, yeah. Building that Spirit Massage at the same time as the Sunfire Cape. We'll see if that pays out for him.
Considering Shen does do mixed damage, it will, as long as this King Clifford leaves him alone. King Clifford has been in the top side of Sandwich's jungle, I do believe, at least 3 times this game.
And he's there again right now. Maybe trying to set up a gank. He does have a pink ward right there. Gordo, maybe not much he can do about himself. Cataclysm is up. Flashes dropped in the bot lane. Here comes the Herald. Gonna drop that and head towards Drag potentially. King Clifford actually not gonna head towards Drag. It looks like Anarchy Red is trying to win some fights, so they don't even have to force Drag right here. And Invictus Recon.
Ooh!
Not get much off of that.
That was a great play by Gold.
Oh, and that might be a dead J4 running around. Zach ulti coming up.
Oh!
And it's not enough to save him. Stand United coming in. And Invictus Recon laying down damage. Zach passive is up. Cataclysm. Oh, what a root! Wow! Rush! Fantastic play by Lee! And the Maokai ulti is gonna clean him up. Pops the Zach passive. No kills dropped. King Clifford! Oh! Gonna escape with his life.
Huge play! No, this is Jinx Rocket coming in!
Oh! Here
Huge
comes the
play
Mount
by
High.
Blue.
Maleficate drops the root. Chomper's down. 80 Curry, gotta get out. Big ulti. 80 Curry putting down damage. Gordo playing aggressive. Here comes the rest of the squad. They're gonna turn on the dragon. And right now, UNCO has the lead. And they're gonna pick up this dragon.
Whew. Hate
Wow.
to correct you, but they don't have the lead. It's still pretty freaking even.
It is very, very close. And after this drag, gold should become a little more equal. Teleport coming in from Shen here. Invictus Rakan running up. They're trying to get some kills potentially on the crackback, but he won't find anything. Time might have been better going top lane.
Oh man, that was insane. That was a great teleport by Gordo going into the mid lane. Space Cowboy rotating, and it turned into a 4v2. But King Clifford able to help and get away. I do believe they picked up a kill. No, they popped Zach's passive. That was very unfortunate, but he did escape death there, which did help out.
And I believe Gordo picked up 3 kills there.
That is monstrous.
0-1-0
Not
before.
what Valkyrie to pop off.
Yeah, completes the spirit massage, and now he's off to the races with the items. Gordo maybe trying to look to fight Invictus Rakan here, who doesn't have a complete item yet. Invictus Rakan, oh my goodness, he's still laying down the damage. I don't know if Gordo's ready for this fight. Invictus Rakan, he doesn't have the items, but he has the damage. And 80 Curry, look at the wave, absolutely nuts. Came up big for Anarchy Red last game, and he's gonna need another heroic performance if they want to find themselves in the championship game. Oh, Maleficent, what a play. Ulti coming in, depth charge. Oh, another ulti coming in from Leona. Space Cowboy trying to get out. Oh, the Chompers! They're gonna get nothing for nothing. Zach coming up. Counter gank by the Jarvan. Smart play here.
Whew.
And he's gonna have the elastic slingshot out of there. Damage. Takes
Getting away by the skin of his teeth.
Lux looking for a play here. Probably just looking to ult. Drop that final spark. Will instead rotate up top. Second Rip Herald being taken here. They got the first one, and they're looking to get the second one as well. Somehow, someway, down 3 kills, down 2 drags. Anarchy Red still holding a gold lead. And you gotta pay respect to the farming they've done. Look across the board. 110 to 107, 110 to 73, 131 to 113, and 147 to 114. They are farming so good right now. There comes the final spark. Maleficent's gonna go down. 80 Curry, you gotta be careful. Stun in the mid lane. J4, there's the ulti. BBJ Sandwich goes down. Ulti coming in from Curry. Feather Recall, gonna get some stuns. Dropping Rift mid. This might be the tower with the wave coming. They maybe should have waited for the wave to get there. Shelly gonna take some serious tower aggro now. And they will get the mid lane tower. In addition, 80 Curry gets out. Gordo coming in on Rakan. Drops the W. Tower falls bot lane. Look at this extended fight for the ages. These two tanks going at it. Like I said, like Teflon, they just keep bouncing back. No one gaining any ground.
Most definitely true. Leap pulling off a teleport to the mid lane to stop Shelly there. It looks like Shelly did a number on that inner mid lane turret.
Absolutely.
Huge play, huge pickup by Anarchy Red. Great plays all around in those last few minutes.
They still are up by over 1,000 gold, clinging to this lead right now, despite being down 3 kills and 2 drags. Here comes Maleficate. Whoa, nearly hits that hook. That would have spelled trouble with J4 so close. Elastic Slingshot, 80 Curry. No ulti, does have flash up though. Will just use the heal smartly to get out there, not having to waste the flash. Much higher cooldown. There is shutdown gold on 80 Curry's head just from farming.
Oh no!
Wow. Cloud Drake spawning in 44 seconds, being pinged by Invictus Rakan. He's saying, hey guys, We gotta get this. He's also thinking that he doesn't have teleport, showing the team that he won't be able to be represented at the fight. And Gordo is running over to drag, it looks like, with the Lust. So it will be a 5v4 in favor of UNCO.
But you also have the Shin ulti to get
Oh,
there.
how can I forget about Stand United? Absolutely good call. King Clifford coming in. Gotta watch out. Ulti's up across the board. Everyone is ready to face roll that R button.
The one thing you do not want is King Clifford to get a huge cataclysm onto orbitals and Lee. So you want to spread this fight out quite a bit.
Absolutely. Jay Forick separated from the rest of his team. Could be good, could be bad. Dropping a lot of CC in from the back line. Jay Forick messing around, doing some damage. Final spark coming in. That'll just hit Maleficate. Maleficate drops the ulti, flashes out. King Clifford looking for the cataclysm. 80 Curry. There's the ult. A lot of damage he's put down. King Clifford on the front line. 80 Curry on the back line. Cataclysm. Anarchy Red. They look like they're winning this fight. Invictus Rakan gets savage. Big Stand United. Jay Forick lays it down. Space Cowboy trying to get out. Look at the tankiness. Gordo dropping Sapling. Getting over. They can't kill this man. Too big. Too strong. But they gotta look drag right now. 80 Curry can chase. They have to secure this drag. A similar thing happened with that first Inferno. They won the fight, but they couldn't stick around. They need to get this one. King Clifford. Oh. Nearly stolen. Doesn't have the smite. Shen has to pick it up.
One thing to know about that fight was Orbitals got taken out super early in that fight. It's not what you want if you're UNCL Blue. It is exactly what you want if you're Anarchy Red, to completely take out Orbitals, most of their damage, and it just makes those team fights that much cleaner.
Absolutely, and we see 80 Curry backing right now. I think he has a big spending spree ahead of him after picking up 3 assists in that fight. And he will pick up a pickaxe there. Not as big as I thought. Must not have the deep pockets. But you look across the table, Orbitals already has that Infinity Edge and the Vampire Scepter. So still building that second full item. These teams are pretty evenly matched when you look at it. But then you look at the gold differential, and you were reminded how efficiently this Anarchy Red team is playing Farming Simulator. They are up over 3K gold.
That is absolutely nutty. Especially with your team comp here, you want Xayah to come online, but she is not all of your damage. You want it to be spread out across the board, and that is exactly what it is with the farming going on here.
Absolutely. J4 pushing the ball in here. Oh, teleport coming in. This is going to be a dead J4. I think you realize it. Tries to turn. Here comes the rooted advance. J4 trying to get out. Nothing's going to happen. Baron being pinged by Nautilus. I don't know if they can do it. This
But they don't have the vision.
Call. They have started the Baron. You're right. I don't think there's vision. Yeah, they don't know.
Oh, Space Cowboy's gonna face check it. They know they went up this way.
Space Cowboy. I think he thinks something's up.
No, it's not Space Cowboy. It's Space Cowboy Uwu.
He eats a sandwich. Thinks about the last slingshot. Won't do it. And looks like they're just baiting.
We've been saying his name wrong the whole time. It's Uwu at the end. Uwu.
I'm gonna stick to Space Cowboy. Little easier. Rolls off the tongue.
Don't worry, I got you on the back end of that one.
Coming in. Oh! Hits the toe line! Orbitals! They're going in! Cataclysm! Not gonna drop it yet!
Oh,
yes, there it is! Cataclysm! It's big! You gotta take down the Orbitals! Invictus Rakan on the Orbitals! One more auto! Gets him! Gordo chasing Invictus Rakan, but the rest of the team's on him! Triple kill! Oh my goodness! And there's the ace! Anarchy Red! They're going to the Baron!
I love to watch them.
Holy major misplay there by UNCO. Putting yourself in a position to get picked up by the Nautilus Sinker. Orbital's trying his best to get out of this situation. Unfortunately, you have Invictus Rakan right on him, knowing where to go to, taking out the carry for UNCO Blue.
Maleficate is putting on an absolute clinic this game. Toe line after toe line after toe line is hitting. His depth charges are hitting exactly where he wants them to, and this bot lane duo, I mean, the ADC's 008, but that's a lot of kill participation right there. Add them up, 16 assists, only 3 deaths in the bot lane. That's efficiency.
Most definitely. It's unfortunate that they only have 16 assists and no kills.
Absolutely, but getting
spreading
close to
the
that
gold.
second full item.
Most definitely, especially when Nautilus did pick up the Gargoyle Stoneplate. He is going to be almost unkillable up in these front lines.
Absolutely. Gargoyle Stoneplate makes him a real frontliner, essentially, as next Dragon's going to be up here in 50 seconds.
Now the question is, does UNCO fight for this dragon, or do they give that one up and try to farm it out?
They are trailing 7,000 gold right now. I think it's very hard for them to team fight. They have to get a pick if they want to really contest for this Baron.
Now they do have Leet 3, 2, and 7, putting out tons of damage for their team. I think they rely on Lux's ult there to steal that dragon, if possible.
Absolutely, that'll come down to whether or not King Clifford has ice in his veins and he can hit that clutch smite. As a big 4-man push bot is going to put that up, and they are playing around the numbers. No TP from Maokai, so this is going to be a 5v4 with both the TP up and Stand United about to be up for Shen. I don't think there's any way, barring a clutch steal, that they'll take this dragon. Here goes Anarchy onto it. They're stacking Windrakes, and they're going to get that one easily. Jinx Rocket a little bit behind, but the smite is missed as AD Curry picks it up.
I think that dragon was at 2.4k HP and literally disappeared in a millisecond.
Yeah.
Like, what was that damage?
Absolutely melted. Invictus Rakan going in on Gordo. That's a lot of damage. Invictus Rakan is getting big. He has the Wit's End. He has Titanic Hydra, as they're just going to push in mid lane. Look at the push with Baron buff. They're really getting the most out of this. Invictus Rakan, he's fighting under tower, and the tower barely tickles him. Look at that health bar. It's already back to full.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I was wrong. Gordo is not unkillable. Invictus Rakan is the answer for that situation.
Absolutely, and I think the Wit's End plays a big part in that. Stacking that attack speed, a little bit of damage coming in here. They're trying to breach the gates right now, poking a lot of damage in. They gotta watch out. A nice elastic slingshot combined with a Space Cowboy solar flare could be all they need. Surprised they didn't go in on that Lux stuff. They'll clear the waves. Baron buff has gone away, and they're just gonna steal the jungle, deny them of resources. They are choking UNCO right now, struggling for air. What can they do to start to come back? They're trying to get a pick on King Clifford. Gordo, maybe caught out. Slingshot, come in, Maleficate, goal line. This is the fight potentially for UNCO. Invictus Rakan, there's the Solar Flare. Lux Healthy coming in. Final Spark, not gonna do a ton. Invictus Rakan coming out. Look at these tanks, they're buying time. Here comes AD Curry. But they're gonna wisely head out of the fight after getting that one pick. Big pick for them right there.
Yeah, you have to take it one step at a time. You can't greed over these kills. You are behind. It is still only 2-2 dragons. You've got time to scale into this. UNCO playing it very safe there, pulling out before it possibly run into AD Curry, who could potentially clean that up for him.
Absolutely. AD Curry getting big, has picked up the Infinity Edge, and has the Karachi Shard, building towards that next item. We will see as all of a sudden, this game's getting the kill count is closing up a little bit, a 1-kill lead, but then once again, the farming simulator that is this Anarchy Red team, they're up 8k gold despite being only up 1 kill.
Oh yeah, somewhat of a part of that was the plates, but again, the farming simulator, absolutely huge here. I mean, I actually want to take it over and just check it out, because honestly, we're looking at 3.5k gold lead in the jungle. Are you kidding me here?
nuts.
No,
Disconnecting all.
4K gold lead in the jungle. What is that?
Absolutely insane gold lead, and that's why they're confident picking team fights. This next dragon coming up in a minute and a half. We will see what the plan is on the side of UNCO. They have to get a pick if they want to fight. There's no way they can fight full strength 5-on-5 unless they get the perfect combination of engage from Elastic Slingshot and a Solar Flare. This could be the pick they're looking for. Space Cowboy pursuing. They're not getting anything out of it. And Shen ulti is up. You gotta watch out for the Stand United, and he's pushing top. Edie, Curry, Maleficent, and King Clifford out right here. Looking around Baron. Just try to make sure they don't get pushed off of it. Or, excuse me, Dragon.
I'm wondering if UNCO Blue does not really understand the situation that they are in. They're looking at the top. They're saying, oh, it's only 11 to 12. They might not understand that the CS difference is what makes this game so scary for them.
Teleport coming in from Maokai. They gotta back up. Shen should respond with a Stand United here soon. Waiting for some damage to come down. Not seeing it. Big stun from Jay Fulric. They're gonna get pushed off a point here. Shen's just gonna keep pushing. They might give up this dragon, or they might give up a 4v5 fight, and maybe not the dragon, for Shen to keep pushing. This is a bold play by Anarchy Red, who have a lead. Look at King Clifford. He's waiting like a silent assassin. He's going in on luck. Flag and dragon.
Oh no! His EQ's down.
Yeah,
he can't get back into this fight.
Shen's gonna keep pushing. However, does have Cataclysm up. And Shen's gonna keep pushing. He's on the inhibitor tower. Maleficate, can he hit a tone line? Choppers coming down. King Clifford, he's got to get close for the smite. And they're going to give up this dragon for top tower. They're fighting 4v5. J4 gets melted by Final Spark. Maleficate, he looks like he's going to go down. J4 will go down to the top of the screen. Come back to the fight. King Clifford, Invictus Recon. What can they do? Invictus Recon ults in. Doesn't have the damage. Shutdown. All of a sudden, this game has turned in the favor of UNCO.
Huge play by UNCO there. They played it out right. They pushed off King Clifford. They went for the dragon. King Clifford using his flag stand, trying to get vision. He had no way of getting in. There was no way that Invictus Recon was going to be able to help out in trying to steal that dragon. And there was no way for King Clifford to get to the back line of UNCO Blue, which is exactly what they need to do to win these fights.
No reason for Anarchy Red to play it that risky. They have the lead. They could have played much safer, but when you look at the gold differential, they're still up more than 6k gold. This game is still in their hands. This is their game to lose, and the only way they do it is by letting that foot off the gas pedal.
Whew. Now the next objective up is the Baron. UNCO is at Dragon Soul points. I think UNCO stalls it out until that dragon comes up and try their hand for Dragon Soul, or possibly give it up if the situation does not go their way.
Absolutely, and you see a bit of a four-man here. Top River now splitting off Maleficate with King Clifford, clearing vision. Maybe just trying to bait out a face check, get some picks and push, because they are very close to cracking the base here and getting their hands on those sweet, sweet inhibitors.
Yeah, honestly, although that gold lead is there, it's starting to look like this might actually be a pretty even game if UNCO Blue does play as well as they have been, and if Anarchy Red is going to play as carelessly as they have been. This could turn into an equal game here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, rapid fire cannon picked up by the Zaya there. That's going to have a lot of attack speed, a lot of crit, and it's going to allow him to hang back a little bit more in fights, gaining that bonus attack range on the first energized auto.
The one thing to note though is the Jinx Orbitals having Infinite Edge, Bloodthirster, and Runins working on her 4th item.
Yeah, absolutely, both ADCs with 3 full items plus the Berserker Greaves. And all the ultis are up across the board. This could be a big team fight. King Clifford trying not to get caught out there, running topside. Behind Baron Pit right now, a little poke coming down. And Gordo catches him out, but AD Curry responding. Gordo, that's not where you want to be. Tone line coming in. Space Cowboy trying to collapse and nothing's going to come up with the fight. AD Curry clears that wave so quick, and they're going to tank tower. Depth charge coming in. There's the Lux stun. Alti just going to tickle the tanks in the front line.
And they are gonna give up the tower to Invictus Recon, possibly for Baron here or possibly for a bait. One of the two. They gotta pull Recon out of that bot lane somehow, some way.
Still has the ulti. This is such a smart call by Anarchy Red to have him split push because of mobility. And they're going in. It was a bait. King Clifford, backline, Cataclysm, Sack ulti in the front line. King Clifford gonna go down. Invictus Recon, he's tanking. Jay Forward trying to give it up. AD Curry, he's putting down so much damage. Oh my goodness, double kill for the Shen. What a stand united to come in. Jay Forward barely gonna stay alive. And Invictus Recon picks up 3 there. Whoa, Lux ulti scary there. Nearly picks up AD Curry. Wow.
Yeah, the one thing unfortunate is Anarchy Red cannot do this Baron, mainly because Lux's ult is almost back up.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna go for the Baron. No smite. They're trying to bait out the Lux ult. Maybe they can beat it. And the game lies in the hands of Lux. It's way too early. AD Curry gonna take a lot of damage though. Lux,
Jigsaw!
Oh, the root! I don't know if they can continue this. Maleficent and Invictus Recon going in. Maleficent, he looks like he's willing to die for this Baron. AD Curry, so low! They pick it up. What a risky call. These guys are pulling out all the stops because they want to be the representatives in the championship game. But they're going to get a drag zone.
Going over to UNCO Blue. I don't know if that was an even trade.
I don't know either. Cloud so widely regarded as one of the weaker souls, but it does have its uses. Trades it for Baron buff. It depends how far they can push with the Baron buff here.
I think Anarchy Red was too far ahead to be able to just basically stall out that long, be stalled out that long on the top side to let that dragon go through.
And they're trying to push in the mid lane here with the Baron buff. Doesn't seem like anything's gonna be done. Maleficent. See Sandwich not gonna go in on that. Shen still pushing in the bot lane. Behind. Here comes the Maokai. This is a big gank.
Huge play.
Oh, what a ult by AD Curry. Gets the backline. Feather recall. Gets the root. AD Curry. Lots of damage. King Clifford. Tanks for AD Curry. Oh my goodness. Maokai gets caught out. Another Lux stun coming in. Not going to connect with the target. AD Curry continues the damage. They rotate targets. Next, who comes in? That's the hit. Cataclysm drops it right away. Anarchy Red. They are doing it. Wow! They're breaching the base! They're getting onto this inhibitor tower! Soul Light comes in! Top one! Brock gonna block the Jane Forward coffee! It doesn't even matter! Inhibitor! Dead! Oh my goodness!
Whoa!
Only Zack is up! Damage! Can he hold? I don't think so! They're onto the next Nexus tower! He gets stunned! They're onto the Nexus! Oh my goodness! Welcome to Banana Town! Population Anarchy Red as they advance to the championship! What a game! What a series! What a night!
Absolutely insane. I mean, honestly, it's inconceivable that how that ended that way because Anarchy Red seemed to be giving it over to UNCO. They gave him the Dragon Soul, and it just turns around. UNCO playing careful all series long. They finally just give up a free win.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Gave up the series win. It looked like things were going to start to turn around for them as they picked up the drag solo, but it wasn't meant to be as Anarchy Red. I said it going into game 4. It just felt like they had a little more fight in them. They had a little more urgency. They wanted it more, and we saw them do exactly what they set out to do at the beginning of the season and reach the finals.
Now the question is, who do we want to call the MVP of this series?
I'm looking at AD Curry. No deaths in a pivotal Game 5. 2-0-13. I think my vote's got to go to AD Curry, but Rusty, give me your thoughts. Maybe you can sway me.
See, I was actually going to go King Clifford. He's been playing really well, but at the same time, Invictus playing up on the top side, playing insanely out of his mind, only giving the lane over 2 times in that series. But I definitely agree with you. AD Curry carrying the team, playing it safe almost every single game, trying to put the game in their hands. AD Curry, we are going with you as MVP.
Man, what a series. Who would have thought, 4 hours ago? And game number 1, that we were still going to be going strong. But here we are, and their Anarchy Red is in the finals. Exactly where they wanted to be, and we will see if they can get it done on the biggest stage they've played on all year.
Most definitely, it will be against either Amenasi or TPR Hyper in the Division 70 finals next week. We do have Amenasi versus TPR Hyper on Sunday. It is an not confirmed game, but that is the time I was given. We do have a couple of games coming up. We do have Nemesis versus Unmuted Echo. Nemesis. Tomorrow, Friday at 7:30. I do believe casted by JVL. JVL, yes, JVL indeed. We also have the finals for 105, Jet Black Clover versus Inners United on Sunday. I do believe at 8 p.m. And then we have another showdown at 7 o'clock on Tuesday? Sorry, I'm unsure of myself. I should probably look this stuff up and write it down or something.
You got all the time you need.
I'll pull it up real quickly because I know there's a couple things going around here. Yes, it will be Bucky's Abusement Park versus I Am Murloc sometime at Tuesday, either 6 or 7. Those are the confirmed games or somewhat confirmed games. We also have them in the announcements. Again, we do have a CSGO tournament going on May 8th and May 10th, or May 8th through May 10th. So just hit us up. Let us know what you think. Appreciate you guys coming out. This was Meta Shift. Game 5. UNCO Blue going to Anarchy Red in the semifinals of Division 70. You have any last words for me?
I just want everyone, as they go to bed tonight, to remember this series. Just let it simmer over you. Just let it absorb you, the excitement of this 5-game series. I hope everyone comes back and watches the finals and all those other fantastic games we talked about. It's a great community you got going here. Glad to see everyone hyping it up, having fun in Twitch chat, and I hope everyone has a fantastic night.
Yep. Have a good one, guys.